o'clock, and we are going to go ahead and start the 5 o'clock meeting. So I'm going to call the special Saukey City Council meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Mayor Davila,
Present.
Vice Mayor Barron,
Present.
Councilmember Avalos,
Present.
Councilmember Hurtado,
Present.
Councilmember Rios,
Present.
City Treasurer De La Paz,
Present.
City Manager Houston,
Present.
and in for our City Attorney is Craig Hardwick.
Present.
Thank you.
Okay. Item number 1.
The City Council will consider reviewing the filing the list of new and promoted full-time employees hired and promoted during the month of July 2025. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, so John, City Manager, the first one is Public Works. Art is not here yet, and let's go with PD.
Excellent idea. We'll pass it over to the chief. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, City Council. Tonight, I want to introduce 2 of our newest police officers that joined the ranks of the organization recently. We've been doing a really good job in our administration. The staff has just been doing, a good job getting people into our department, and we are graduating 2 more next week. We'll be adding 2 more that are graduating from LA County Sheriff's Department. But tonight, we're going to recognize Christian Alvarez and Miguel Orozco, and I'll start with Christian. So Christian was hired as a police officer on July 27th of this year. We actually was able to come across him during the time he was at the San Bernardino Valley College, the Extended Academy. So similarly to a basic academy, and extended academy is for working adults, where you have the ability to go on Tuesdays and Thursday nights and all day Saturdays. So it's a big commitment when you're trying to balance your work life and then go to the academy. But the hours are the same as a basic academy. And Christian is familiar with the Southeast area. He's known to this area. He graduated from San Bernardino Valley College Extended Academy. He previously worked as a corrections officer in Texas and a CSO for University of Southern California. And he volunteers with the boxing gym that's run by the LAPD. So he's very involved in the youth. Perfect setting for him to come in based on the things that we do with our community. So I do want to introduce Christian Alvarez.
Welcome. We're excited too, so thank you for being here. Congratulations.
Next, I want to introduce Miguel Orozco. He was hired as a police officer July 27th of this year, along with Christian. They both attended the academy in San Bernardino. And much like Christian, Miguel's been a long-term employee with the police department in parking enforcement. And he's taken a long road to get here. Again, we were able to work with his work schedule and allow him the ability to go put himself through the extended academy at San Bernardino College. And as I told him during the interview, that shows a different level of commitment when you're raising a family of a wife and kids, full-time job, and then you commit to going through an academy. That's not an easy task, especially in today's society. But he graduated from the San Bernardino Valley College Extended Academy. In 2008, he was hired as a public safety officer and worked at El Paseo. Remember, we had that program way back when in El Paseo. And then he was rehired as a community service officer in 2014. He served in the United States Marine Corps Reserves, and he attained the rank of corporal. He's got a Bachelor of Science in Criminal Justice from Union Institute. He's very well known in traffic collision. We've sent him to reconstruction school, so the groundwork's already laid. We just have to learn the streets, the radio and whatnot. So he's hitting the ground running. But Miguel Orozco is our newest police officer.
Thank you very much. I appreciate being here. It's been a long time coming, like Chief Eric Atwood said. It's good to see you guys. Thank you for having me, and I'm excited to start my career as a police officer. Thank you.
Well, thank you and congratulations.
Thank you,
We're
ma'am.
happy to have you. Okay. And now we go back to Arturo.
Yes, my apologies, Council,
That's okay.
for not making it here on time. It's my pleasure today to introduce
Eric Moreno, and I think he is here tonight. Eric, are you out there? Okay, he had planned to be here tonight. So he was hired as a facilities maintenance technician 1 in July. He's assigned to the facilities division. As you know, this year we've got some new parks to maintain, and so the workload is increasing. And so he is not going to help us at the parks, but he's going to help us with some of the other facilities like pools and our city buildings or what have you. Eric's been a very pleasant and great hire for the city. It's one of those guys that we're going to have to figure out how to keep. He brings 6 years of construction and maintenance experience. He's very talented, very organized, knows what he's doing, and it gets along with everybody. So he's just an absolutely great fit back there. I called OC before here and I said, what can you tell me about him? And his expression was, wow, well, let me see. So he's really excited about having him on board, and we're going to need to figure out how to keep him around. In his free time, he enjoys volunteering, restoring classic cars, bicycles, playing basketball, and softball. And please help me welcome Eric Moreno.
Yes. I know he's not here right now, but I'm sure that he started on the 21st as a full-time, or is it?
I don't know the exact date. He started in July. I don't know the exact date.
Oh,
that
okay,
he
no,
started.
that's
Oh yeah,
fine.
July 21st.
21st.
It's up there. Yeah.
Okay, looking forward to.
Yeah,
meeting him.
and he will be here tonight. I did get a note that he's on his way. He's just not here yet, so
Oh.
maybe later.
Okay. All right. So congratulations to the new hirees, and looking forward to continue working with all of them and all of you. So with that, council, can we go down and take a picture with our new hires? Appreciate it.
One, two, three. One, two. Just one more. We got this. Hey. I did, but I didn't pay attention. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, then we'll go on to closed session. Can you read us into closed session, City Clerk?
Madam Mayor, item number 1 is conference with labor negotiator, pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. Agency representation is our City Manager, Robbie Houston, and represented employees are Taub Management Department, directors, hourly employees. Employee organizations are Southgate MEA, Southgate PMA, Southgate DMA, Southgate PMA, and Southgate POA. Item number 2 is consider the evaluation of performance of a public employee pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, A, City Manager. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, City Manager or City Attorney. Do we have anything else?
No, just if you have public comment.
All right, thank you. Yes, at this time, I'm going to open it to public comments. Does anyone have any public comments? Please come forward. This is for the closed session for the unions.
Dear Mayor, members of the City Council, look behind us. We're all here in strength in numbers. This means a lot to us. We, the undersigned president of the Municipal Employee Association, Police Officers Association, Police Management Association, and Professional Mid-Management Association, representing members of the SCIU Local 721, stand in unified opposition to the current direction of contract negotiations with the City of Southgate. We are compelled to express our deep frustration, disappointment, and concern regarding both the process and substance of these negotiations. Our position is clear. We will not accept a narrative or a proposal that attempts to place the burden of the city's financial deficit on the shoulders of its workforce. Labor has continuously stepped up to serve our community with dedication, professionalism, and resilience, especially through challenging times. It is unacceptable to now ask these same employees to pay the price for fiscal mismanagement or deferred action on structural revenue issues. Our major concerns: delayed negotiations. The city has continuously delayed bargaining for several months, using time as a tactic to gain advantage. This is a bad faith approach that undermines trust and violates the principles of fair negotiation. Harmful contract terms. Proposals made thus far present short-term optics that make long-term negative impacts on employees, their families, and the city's operational stability. Benefit reductions. Suggested cut to critical employee benefits will degrade the quality of life for workers and will serve only to accelerate attrition, especially in a competitive labor market. Retention crisis ignored. Rather than addressing the ongoing employee retention crisis, current proposal exacerbate the reason why talent continues to leave the City of Southgate. Losing employees to other cities directly reduces the city's ability to provide timely and effective services to our community. Fewer staff means longer response times, decreased service quality, and added strain on the employees who remain. Misguided consolidation and poor management practices. The city's push for departmental consolidations without input or adherence to best practice shows a lack of respect for professional operations and subject matter expertise. Wrong priorities. Choosing to pursue employee cuts over non-essential service reduction sends a troubling message about the city's values and priorities. Revenue avoidance. The city continues to sidestep real conversations about fixing structural revenue issues, choosing instead to shrink services and support that the City of Southgate residents rely on. Divisive approach to labor. The cumulative tone and action of this council in negotiations have fostered a non-supportive and divisive environment, eroding employee morale. Insulting offers. The current proposal are insulting. Yes.
Are you going to be speaking on behalf of all the
Yes, I
unions?
am.
Okay, so we'll give you the time. Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Insulting offers. The current proposals are insulting to the hardworking employees who make this city run. These offers are demoralizing, and our members feel unseen, unvalued, and disrespected by their elected leaders. In solidarity, this letter serves as a formal expression of solidarity between the MEA, POA, PMA, and PMMA, and a clear statement to the council. We will not stand by our members are asked to accept unfair terms, harmful proposals, and disrespectful treatment. We urge the City Council to immediately reassess its approach, re-engage in good faith bargaining, and demonstrate the leadership required to build, not break, the labor management relationship that underpins our success of the city. Sincerely, MEA President Brandon Williams, POA President Arturo Macias, PMMA President O.C. Harrell, and PMA President Carlos Corella. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Good evening, Council. I also felt compelled to speak. Many of you know me. My name is Lisa Bautista. I've been with the city of Southgate 39 years. Grew up here in the city, raised my family here. Still proud to call the city my home. I am one of your most senior 911 dispatchers. And of course, you realize we do work 24/7, 365. I'm here to express my thoughts on what the city is offering the employees for the next contract year. First and foremost, it does sadden me because I feel the city is prolonging our contract. And in my pea brain, maybe is it a tactic to save money? I'm really not sure. Back in 2009, during the economic recession, I did come here and speak to council regarding retention issues at my position as a dispatcher. I mentioned that we were basically hiring dispatchers, training them. Within a year or two, we lost them to other agencies. Just to state a fact, a year ago, we had 10 full-time dispatchers, 10. Every shift was covered. We had 2 overlaps. Fast forward to today, we're now working with 40% of our workforce. So we lost 4 dispatchers. So the stress that the 6 of us are feeling, we're all working extra shifts. We want to keep things working smooth for the city and again, as well as the community. Gone are the days when I first started that we could just put somebody into my position. I know the city has been actively posting our job for probably 18 months or so, and we still can't attract people. The city feels we're competitive. We're not competitive. Our pay is still well below. And if the city is wanting to cap our benefits, I don't even want to know where that leads us. I fear, honestly, for the safety of our community, the residents, if we continue to lose our valuable employees. The proposed contract for many would in fact be a cut in pay. Many of us are struggling to make ends meet. Again, yet the city continues to believe we are comparable to other cities when we look at the whole package. I believe this mentality is so wrong on every level. If that were true, people would not be leaving solely based on economics. Another point that came to my head today was the years that we took a 0% pay raise. So it was 2014, I believe, 2020, and 2021. Again, it was all for the economics of the city. A year ago, you all received a substantial raise, again, because of your hard work and dedication to the city. The proposal before us would be for the employees to once again write everything out, take the percentage cost of living increase, cap our medical. What about all the hard work that we've put in and the dedication to the city? I'm also aware many other departments in the city are struggling as well to hire competent employees. It's just not at the police department level. In conclusion, the city prides itself on saying we're all together in this and we're family. But is this truly how we treat family? I urge all of you to look closely at what you're proposing and realize in light of this contract, there may be many more leaving the city for other places that still value employees and treats them with the respect and honor we deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? And if you are planning to speak, if you can please stand out over here on the line so I will know how long we need to
Here or over
continue.
here?
Anywhere. Go ahead.
Thanks for coming. Okay, I'm just going to read this from the script here. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Kelly Guzman. I stand before you tonight as a resident and employee of this city. I have been a resident of this city for 21 years and going on 10 years employed with the city. So I am not new to the city. First, I want to thank you for the time and effort you put in these difficult situations that impact both city staff and community at large. I know balancing budgets is never easy, but I am here to respectfully ask that you reconsider 2 important issues: the proposed employee raise and the proposed utility tax. Regarding the raise, I deeply appreciate that the city recognizes the need to adjust compensation. However, the current proposal does not come close to keeping up with the high inflation rates we are all facing. The cost of living has risen dramatically, and as a resident and employee of the city, I fear that one day I will no longer be able to live in this community. When wages do not rise in line with inflation, it effectively means a pay cut for hardworking city staff. As employees, we are dedicated to serving our residents and maintaining the high standards that make this community such a desirable place to live. But fair, competitive wages are critical to retaining skilled employees and ensuring we can continue to provide those essential services. Within the past 5 years, I have seen many of my peers leave due to higher paying jobs. In my opinion, this is costing the city more money to hire and train new employees versus retaining employees with livable salaries. Secondly, as a resident, I want to address the idea of imposing a utility tax. If residents are being asked to pay more, then I believe it is only fair that we see a visible return on that investment. I urge the council to consider marking a portion of those revenues to tangible improvements, specifically city beautification, enhancing public spaces, maintaining clean streets, improving parks, and investing in landscaping, not only to improve the quality of life, but also boost property values and attract new residents and businesses. Because Southgate isn't only Tweedy and Firestone. Southgate is Santa Ana, California, Otis, and all other entry and exit points to the city. If we are asking the community to consider additional costs, we must show them that those funds will directly enhance the environment where they live and raise their families. Residents like myself want accountability and guarantee that these funds won't be mismanaged. In closing, I ask that you reconsider the proposed raise to better reflect current economic realities, and that you commit any new utility tax revenues toward making our city more beautiful, livable, and proud. We, both employees and residents, want to continue supporting this city, but we also want to feel supported in return. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Well, you guys all know me. Brandon Williams, current MEA president. Everything that I wanted to say tonight has already been covered. I just want to let you guys know, you guys need to stop your infighting, stop your bickering, stop going against each other. You guys are tasked to do a certain job, just like I'm tasked to do a certain job and I do it well. You guys need to do your job. We are all here together because of the decisions that you guys have made past and present. So you guys need to get in there and do your job, and you need to talk to each other and communicate with each other properly. None of this back and forth, none of this undermining. You already have our directors and our managers already squeezing the juice out of employees here, squeezing the juice a little more, pushing the work out of classification, more with less. That's what we're hearing from our managers and our directors. We're already pinned, we're already frustrated. So I want you guys to really take a look at everyone back there and realize that we're all here. We all have families. We all have things to do after work. We're tired. We're exhausted. And you guys have a job to do. Thank you.
My name is Cindy Escobar. I'm a resident. I don't work in the city. I am in a union, but not this one. I know about the utility users tax. I don't want it, but the thing is, how else are you guys going to get more revenues? These people deserve the money. They work hard. And it's not fair to keep saying, oh, next year. And you are losing a lot of good employees for no other reason than money. And I know it's hard for the city, and I know it's tight for the city. Maybe you should start hiring less managers, less deputy directors. Use those salaries for these people. They deserve it. They're the ones that actually keep the city running and clean and keep the lights on and everything else. So I hope that you guys vote to support them. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see anyone else, so I'm going to close the audience. Do we have any emails?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I did receive a few emails for item number 1. I received a total of 24 public comments regarding the labor negotiations. 15 individuals, including longtime Southgate residents, city employees, teachers, and veterans, submitted comments in support of a fair and equitable contract for Southgate police officers and all employees. One comment was submitted in opposition, expressing concerns about city spending and financial priorities. And 6 were anonymous comments from Southgate residents who are part of a domestic violence program, all expressing strong support for city employees. And lastly, there were 2 anonymous PMMA employees who shared concerns about reduced take-home pay due to increased CalPERS contributions and the potential capping of medical coverage. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, so with that, we'll go into closed session. Thank you, everyone, for being here today. We appreciate all of you, and we work. Thank you. We'll go into closed session. Thank you. Attention, everyone. Can I have your attention? We are gonna come back from closed session because I'm still gonna open it to, I think there is more comments, so I'm gonna open again to the audience. And so let's go ahead and report out and give the opportunity for the other councilwoman to come in. So at this time, we are back from closed session. Can you please report out?
Yeah, there were no actions to report out.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I hear that there is some more comments to be made. Do anyone would like to comment on closed session items? No? Okay, so with that, can I get a motion to adjourn?
Second.
We are adjourned. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for being here tonight. At this time, I'm going to make the announcement for the Spanish translation. So, si hay personas que necesitan traducción en español, tenemos audífonos. ¿Alguien necesita traducción en español? No? Okay. So, with that, I'm going to call the regular City Southgate Council meeting. And if we can have Pastor Trejo is going to do us the honor and do the invocation. Huh? I can't hear you. What is it? Oh, okay. And our chief is going to do the Pledge of Allegiance.
Good evening.
Please stand.
Again, I am say thank you for allowing me to have the invocation in this meeting tonight. Thank you, each one of you. Let's pray, please. Bow your head. I'm gonna make my prayer. You're gonna be in español. Let's pray. Padre que estás en los cielos, venimos delante de tu santa y divina presencia, en el nombre de tu Hijo amado, nuestro Señor Jesucristo. Señor, esta es una reunión, tú lo sabes, lo que yo te estoy diciendo tú lo sabes, pero como tu siervo que soy, me siento cómodo estarte presentando estas peticiones. La bendición para el alcalde de esta ciudad y todos sus colaboradores, los regidores, todos los empleados de la alcaldía, incluyendo al departamento de policía, incluyendo a los bomberos, incluyendo todos los que trabajan para una comunidad. En esta noche, Señor, lo que quiero es pedirte sabiduría, mucha sabiduría, para los presentes, los que van a exponer algo, los que van a poner una petición, que recordemos que solo es una razón por estar aquí, que nos pongamos de acuerdo para una vida mejor como ciudadanos que somos de esta ciudad, una ciudad hermosa, y vamos a tratar de cuidarla, pero siempre poniendo tus principios adelante. Bendice, por favor, tu presencia aquí sea una realidad y que todo lo que se discuta y se hable aquí sea bajo el orden tuyo. Esto lo pedimos y lo agradecemos en el nombre de nuestro Señor Jesucristo. Amén. Thank you.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call, please.
Mayor Davila,
Present.
Vice Mayor Barron,
Present.
Councilmember Avalos,
Present.
Councilmember Hurtado,
Present.
Councilmember Rios,
Present.
City Treasurer De La Paz,
Present.
City Manager Houston,
Present.
and for City Attorney Salinas is Attorney Craig Hardwick.
Present.
Thank you.
Okay, so with that, item number 1.
Public hearing. Receive and file. I'm sorry. The City Council will consider receiving and filing the City of Southgate 2025 Public Health Goals report as required by the California Health and Safety Code. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. City Manager?
Yes, thank you. We do have a report. I'm going to kick it over to Arturo, and he'll introduce our guest speaker.
Yeah, Mayor and members of the City Council, this item is before you because state law requires that water systems with over 10,000 connections prepare a public health goal report. That's got to be prepared every 3 years for such cities. We serve over 14,000 connections, so we've prepared a report. We're required to present it publicly, and so we're doing that tonight. So with us is Chris Castillo, the city's water manager. He will be making a presentation tonight. Chris?
Okay, good evening, and I'll try to make this brief as I know my coworkers aren't here to hear about water, but I will go through this as quick and thorough as possible. So we're here, this municipal water system. We have 135 miles of pipe, 6 active groundwater wells. We have 14 million gallons of storage and 2 treatment facilities, over 14,300 service connections. We serve 90% of the city, excluding Halldale area and 3 other areas on the north side of the city. The map shows the boundaries of who we serve, pretty much everybody but the Halldale area. We have every year, we're required to do a water quality report. So that water quality report, I left some copies in the back. So we have the 2024, everything that we sample for is in that report. So everything we go over today, all of the compounds in the water are in this report. It tells you where we get the water, how it's delivered to the customers, and we take over 2,000 samples a year. So our water meets all state and federal drinking water standards. The regulatory requirements is that we must meet those federal MCLs. So what is a public health goal report? Public health goal report requires that we prepare and file a comprehensive 3-year annual report of everything that's in the water. Anything that exceeds public health goals will be listed, and we'll get to that later in the presentation. The city must hold this public hearing and respond to any public comments. The report must evaluate water compounds levels against PHGs, identify any exceedances, estimate the cost to meet those public health goal levels. So that means the report gives some ballpark dollar amounts of what it would cost should the city choose to treat every single compound in the water. So the state sets health-based targets for the levels, and it also sets targets of what concentration levels are preferred as meaning to reduce the potential for health risks. PHGs aim to serve as guides for water quality planning, but are not meant to be met. Public health goals are not enforceable. State or federal drinking water standards are. Public health goal is that it's just a goal. It's not a requirement that you meet it. So when the public health goal targets are exceeded, drinking water quality is still in compliance. So I just want to make that point that there is some compounds that exceed the goal, but they still are acceptable for the state and federal guidelines. What are maximum contaminant levels? So maximum contaminant levels are legal limits on what the amount of concentration of compounds allowed in drinking water. So it's basically the enforceable levels, meaning the state can tell you need to either get another source or you need to treat that compound in order to serve it to the community. So those MCLs is what we look at, and that's what we go by. They're set at a higher threshold than the public health goal. So what that means is that you'll see the compounds in here that their goals are set very, very low, and they're not really realistic. So hardly any water system actually meets all the goals, but they do have to meet the state and federal standards. So here are some highlights from the reporting period from 2022 to 2024. That's the 3-year period. Water quality meets state and federal drinking water standards. I want to say that, keep saying that in this report because that's the most important thing. There is 10 compounds that were below the MCL but exceeded the public health goal. And those elements are arsenic, copper, PCTC, gross alpha and beta, uranium, hexavalent chromium, and PFOS, so it's PFOS, PFOA. So here are the results. The results there's 3 tables here. It shows what the public health goal is, shows what the MCL is, and then it shows what our levels are on the, let me see if I can use this pointer. So this is what our levels are. What the levels detect is basically is we have 6 active wells in the city, and all the wells have different levels, right? So it goes from 0 to say for the first one, arsenic, you got 0 to 5.5. That one well could have 5.5, all the other wells could have 0. So it doesn't mean that the whole system has 5.5. It just means that one well at one time had that highest level. So it's a lowest to highest type of reporting in this report. It's not the mean average, not the median average. It's just low and high, and that's what we're reporting here. Still, like we want to note, everything's below the MCL, but some of these do exceed the public health goals, so that's why we're reporting it. So any questions there? Again, it's in the report. We have a report online. We have the water quality report online. Anybody could go back and look at all these levels. Measurements, it's all about, how much of the compounds in the water. So we just want to break it down a little bit and show that parts per million equals 1 eye drop in a 10-gallon fish tank. 1 eye drop in a 10,000-gallon pool is parts per billion. Now, parts per trillion, you got 1 eye drop in 20 Olympic-sized pools. Now, the significance of that is that, like, PFAS is the first contaminant that I've seen that's been regulated at the parts per trillion. So it's a very, very, very small amount of a drop, like an eye drop, like this depicts, that gets into the groundwater and then spreads in the aquifer, and then we pump it out, and that's what the level that we're detecting. So it's a very, very small amount that we have to now regulate with, say, for example, PFAS. But those are just the breakdown of what parts per million means, and parts per billion, and parts per trillion. So as I said earlier, the report broke down the cost of what it would take to treat for everything. PFOA and PFOS is estimated at a $286 amount per customer per year. We're not going to charge every customer that. We got some grants, and we're actively working on more grants to do that. We're in design, and we are actively going to treat for PFAS. So that is the recommended compound on this list that we are going to treat for because of the emerging concern of that compound. The ones that we don't recommend because it's cost prohibitive and it's way below the MCL. Again, it's above the public health goal, but it's way below the state standards. So we don't recommend treating it because of the cost it would be to do so. Is the arsenic, TCE, PCE, gross alpha uranium, and then the hexavalent chromium. So if you were to treat all of those, you'd have a cost of $1,800 a year per customer. So it's not realistic. It's not needed. Again, we're below the MCL. So the next steps, we're going to report to the state, let them know that we had a public hearing. We let everybody know what's in the water, and we're going to file that with the state. We're going to continue to implement appropriate operation and maintenance activities to monitor. Again, we do over 2,000 water samples a year. The state makes us do a very comprehensive water quality analysis. And we're going to continue to implement the PFAS treatment system, like I mentioned. So conclusion, drinking water is in compliance. It meets all the standards for state and federal. We do have 10 compounds that exceed the goals. Some of those goals, again, are just not realistic, in my opinion. Water systems not required to meet PHGs. Again, just want to recap that. Water treatment for PHG is really cost prohibitive. We showed that. And then again, PFAS is going to be treated. And we do want to make a point that the compounds that are listed in this report do not affect color of water. Iron and manganese is what changes the color in water, and that is not on this report because we did not exceed the public health goal or a standard MCL. So all of that was good as far as color in the water. The next thing we have to end this presentation is an awesome video that I want to give credit to Giselle, Leticia, Jerry Vasquez, and some other, Troy. I know Troy Bungay was involved, but they did put together two really cool videos that show how we water sample. And then there's another one that shows how we get color in the water. And And I'll turn that over to you to go ahead and play those videos.
Every week, we collect water samples from wells, tanks, and 25 testing stations across the city. The samples are tested for bacteria, chlorine, pH levels, and other indicators to ensure our drinking water stays safe and clean. The city operates 2 water treatment plants. We also test for lead and copper, including at local schools. We are proud to meet all state safety regulations. Visit our website for our water quality report. Every week, we collect water samples from wells, tanks. Have you ever turned on your tap and seen brown water? It might look alarming, but don't worry. Brown or discolored water is usually safe and temporary. It happens when natural minerals and sediment, things already in our water, get stirred up in the pipes. This can happen during routine maintenance like hydrant flushing, water line repairs, or even after a hydrant is damaged in an accident. These changes cause a sudden rush of water, disturbing the settled sediment inside the pipes. So what should you do if you see brown water? First, don't use your washing machine or dishwasher. Brown water can cause staining. Run cold water from a tap for a few minutes, preferably one near the front of your home. If the water doesn't clear right away, try a different tap or check the screen on your faucet. And one more tip, avoid using hot water until the brown water is gone. That keeps sediment out of your water heater. The good news? Your water is treated and meets all safety standards. While iron and manganese can affect the taste, color, or leave stains, they're not considered a health risk at typical levels. But if you ever have questions or concerns, we're here to help. Have you ever turned on your
Okay. Yes.
So
Go
council,
ahead.
with that, we'll open it up for questions.
Okay. Thank you. Does council have any questions before I open it to the audience?
I do
Okay.
have just one, if we can get a clarification on the cost that was listed. Is that a one-time cost or is that an ongoing cost that would be for the residents?
Yeah, that would be an ongoing cost because it is a cost that's factored into O&M, which is operation and maintenance. So it's a total, and it's a really high level way to break it down to just show kind of the value or the cost of how much it would to build the treatment system and then to maintain it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and that represents tens and tens and tens of millions of dollars to build the infrastructure. So.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Councilman.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I really appreciate the presentation, including that part about the dark water. I think at some point we also have to let our residents know that there are some people, solicitors, that are trying to sell water filters out there, which are really not necessary. Some people want them, that's fine, but solicitors are really not permitted unless they come in and get a permit for that. And in order for them to get a permit, they have to kind of sort of show that what they're doing is proper. But again, I hear every so often from people who are saying, hey, I had some guy telling me that my water is contaminated and I have to buy a water filter. Is that true? And then I have to explain to them that it's not, and I have to call staff to send someone out there and tell that person that they don't have the right to go out and knock on people's doors, get a permit first. But people need to be cautious so that they don't buy something that they might not need. If they want to buy it after that, that's fine, but they shouldn't be tricked into it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councilman Rios?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Chris, thank you for the report. Just a few thoughts here and some maybe question. I know that recently the community received a flyer indicating that, something about the water. And there was, and then I heard that there was an alert and then, so you want maybe elaborate. And then I know that at the Boy Scouts, we started to do, I even saw a tractor there today. And I know you mentioned we had 2 treatment facilities. Is that going to be a third one? And I know it has to do with PFAS cleaning. And so I think it's important that the community understand, because all those technical numbers and all that doesn't mean a whole lot to the community. I know there's a threshold so explain that a little bit so the community understand in layman's terms, so the community can understand.
Yeah, so we gave out a flyer just letting everyone know that PFAS is in 2 of our wells. Again, I mentioned again, we have 6 wells. There is PFAS in 2 facilities. We gave the levels that the PFAS is at. Again, it's on this report as well. It's above the public health goal, but it's below the standard. So we're able to serve that water per the state requirements, but we are actively pursuing a design to treat for it. So hopefully within the next 2 years, we're full-blown treating for PFAS, and we don't have that at all in the water. But right now we do have it at a certain level, and that flyer is to notify the public that we have it in the system right now.
Yeah, and just also want to mention that we're required by state law to actually issue that flyer. Water customers can expect it once a quarter. We've exceeded what's called the response level. That just means we've got to educate the public. But again, it's just the goals that we're exceeding. We're still meeting state and federal water quality standards, but that went out for that reason. And many cities are now doing that because the PFAS is coming from the groundwater, not our water system per se. So.
Yeah, and PFAS is what they call it an emerging contaminant. It's a forever chemical that the state in about 2020 started mandating that we test for it. So it's very new for us for the water industry to start treating for it. So we know we have it now, and we're going to treat for it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Madam Mayor, if
Yes,
I
go
may, because I sit on the Southeast Water Coalition, and I know we joined that lawsuit. 3M has already paid, I believe, 1.1 million towards the treatment of the PFAS, and we are waiting for more monies to come in. So also our Congresswoman allocated some funding for the PFAS treatment plant that we are planning to build in the near future here in Southgate, again, to treat the water that unfortunately has these forever chemicals. So just want to highlight that we are getting some funding. The money is not coming in as quickly as we would like to be able to start construction tomorrow, but it is in the forecast. Thank you.
And you mentioned that the notice that regarding the PFAS is going to go out. Is that going to go into the bill, the water bill?
Yeah,
or-
the next time we notify, we'll put it in the water bill.
Water bill?
The last time it went out, we went door to door.
Oh.
We wanted to get it out fast to meet the 30-day requirement. But next time, because the billing cycle, it takes a while to get out, we'll have enough time to plan it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So at this time, I'm going to open it to the audience. Anyone in the audience that want to talk on this item?
Good evening, Liz Ruiz Kaufman. I just wanted to thank you all for the presentation and for moving this on top of the agenda. It's great to not have to stay to the end to hear this report. It's also, and I also want to thank the city to taking that preemptive action in historically identifying these contaminants in water. You know, I want to highlight our mayor's push a couple of years ago before the standard was set for PFAS to test for it in all the groundwater wells because it is an emergent contaminant of concern, and you know there hadn't been a standard set, but we knew that we had to keep an eye on the levels of it, and so it's definitely great to hear that there is going to be treatment for it now. I'm also grateful for the video on brownwater because, you know, this has been a political issue in the past. It isn't something that people should be that concerned about, but people, you know, fears were taken advantage of, and several folks were a lot of people, I got messages from community members who were panicking about water contamination, possible water contamination. And it shouldn't be a concern. I'm an environmental scientist by profession. I know how to read these reports. I've actually done testing on groundwater wells, on home, in faucets, daycare, schools. And so I know the process and I know how labs work. People aren't going to fake results. The city isn't going to fake results. I even received messages from a city worker who was like, my family lives in the city. We're not going to be serving them poisoned water. Like, this is ridiculous. And so I'm really glad that, we're making an emphasis on educating the public on this, because people do take advantage of it. I have gotten that cold call at home from somebody trying to sell me a purification system. They're like, "Oh, your water's contaminated." I'm like, "No, it's not." I know how to read the water quality report. I know how to even get the test results from the wells themselves. This is all public information. Nobody's hiding anything. And so and for people to be worried to the point of buying water, just know that our level of and standards for city providers are more stringent than water companies. And we even have Nestle, I think, that buys water from one of our wells, right? So if I'm not mistaken. So just keep that in mind. Our water's safe. I drink it. I don't, bring imported water. I use our own city water, and it's safe. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Okay, then I'm going to close the audience. Do we have any emails on this item?
No emails, Madam Mayor.
Okay, if there is no further, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I just really want to thank Chris for your presentation, and I think it's very important that we continue to educate our residents on this. I too had a solicitor actually come into my door and spoke to me for about 30 minutes. I let him go ahead and do his whole spiel because I was kind of curious on what they were saying. And yes, they are saying that our water is contaminated. They're saying this, and then I handed him my business card as vice mayor, and I said, "Yeah, just really interested of what you have to say. Have your boss give me a call." And I haven't heard back from him yet. So what I'm saying is I think we have a community that could be influenced in a way to believe that, especially because a lot of what happens on social media, a lot of what the misinformation is being pushed out there by a lot of people who are just trying to attack members who are up here and really cause fear in our community. But I think things like this and presentations like this is what helps us move forward and make sure that our residents are well informed and well educated on what we can do. But thank you again, Chris, and thank you, Art.
Yes,
Yes,
thank you. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say, look, I know I'm not Siskel and Ebert, but I do want to recommend the movie. It's called Dark Waters with Mark Ruffalo. That'll talk about scaring people. It's a movie about how PFAS got into our water system, and there's nothing we can do. In case you didn't know, we all have PFAS in our system, in our bodies. My children, my grandchildren, we all have that. And that's because of, you should watch the movie. I don't want to ruin it for you, but it's a true story. You should watch it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, tell us the channel. Oh, never
It's
mind.
you have to rent it.
Never mind.
You have to rent it.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. And again, it's good to have those videos and educate our community regarding the PFAS and the brown water, that it's not the mayor or the council's fault that we have brown water. So so with that, we have, can I get a motion to receive
Motion
and
to
file?
receive and file.
Okay, let's do roll call because I think you need to present a report to the state. Let's do the roll call, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Avalos?
Yes.
Councilmember Hurtado?
Yes.
Councilmember Rios?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Barron?
Yes.
Mayor Davila?
Yes. Okay.
Thank
Again,
you.
thank you. So with that, we'll go on to comments from the audience. Anyone in the audience that would like to comment on anything that it's not on the agenda, please come forward. This is public comments.
Is the light on, the green light?
Oh, yeah, it's fine. Okay. Good evening. My name is Vivian Alvarez, and I wanted to formally introduce myself to the council as the new library manager at the Holladale Library. We have a few announcements about what's currently happening at the library. To start off, Holladale Library continues to be open an extra service day on Saturdays from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., while the Leland Weaver Library is closed. Holladale Library has also been chosen as one of 10 LA County Library locations to host Daddy and Me story times. These storytime programs will be an opportunity for fathers and male caregivers to bond, build early learning skills, and create unforgettable memories with their children. Holladale Library will be hosting them every first and third Tuesday of the month from 5:30 p.m. to 6:15 p.m. beginning on September 16th. I also wanted to announce that our annual bookmark contest is also set to begin next week on September 2nd. This is an opportunity for youth from kindergarten through 12th grade to participate for a chance to see their bookmark design featured at their local LA County Library. Each location will select winners in various age categories and then forward the local winners to the respective Board of Supervisors office for the final winner selection. Entry forms will be available at the Holladale Library, all other LA County Library locations, and on the LA County Library's website starting on September 2nd. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vivian, real quick, do you
Yes.
know when Weaver is going to be done?
You know, we've gotten a lot of questions about that, and we still, it's fall is what they've told us. So we're hoping, fingers crossed, that we do reopen by then. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Honorable Mayor, members of the council, and city staff. My name is Anna, and I'm the director for the Southgate Chamber of Commerce. I'd like to extend an invitation to you all, as well as to our community that is present and online. We are having a job and resource fair happening on Friday, the August 29th, from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m., and it's going to be held at the Henry C. Auditorium, which is at Southgate Park. We're going to have just tons of resources and great organizations from the community offering opportunities of employment. We have, of course, Starbucks of the world. We have Raising Cane's, El Guajillo Restaurant, Ultimate. We're going to have free haircuts. We're going to have free headshots if you guys are seeking professional headshots, resume building, how to dress to impress during an interview. So please, I extend an invitation to you all to come out. It is on the city's website. It's in our social media platforms. And I just welcome you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and the city staff. I'm over here on behalf of Walmart and Azalea Plaza.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Alan, my last name is Savor. I'm working in Walmart and Azalea Plaza as an asset protection operation coach. And I'm just here to extend our deepest appreciation to our Southgate Police Department. I feel obligated to bring it to all of you guys' attention. From behalf of Walmart, I've been with Walmart for approximately 12 years and served in multiple different locations. But I started on September 1st as of last year, and less than a year, I have met a brilliant police department, and I do feel obligated to bring it to every single one of you guys' attention that this department is absolutely different than any other police department that I have ever seen in my career. And the reason is the passion, the care, and the amount of attention that every single officer are putting towards the community. I would say, such as Shop with the Cops event that we served at least 20 kids with the Chief of Southgate Police Department that they participate in our Shop with the Cop event. We brought joy to unfortunate kids' life for Christmas, and I was not able to do it. It was impossible for me without the help of Southgate Police Department. And it is not only their job just to respond to our calls, just to come in for the shoplifters or prevent theft or all of that. I have literally ability to write a book of every single one of the officers that are working in that department. But in specific, there is one I'm honored to say detective right now that is present in the community, Albert Rodriguez. But the amount of the help, the outreach, the service that they give to our community, it's enthusiasm, and they deserve the best. They deserve the best treatment. They deserve to stay in our community. They do deserve the best. They're phenomenal. That's all I can say. I wish I had the ability to bring a full presentation. It was a last minute notice. I had to serve in another stores today. I wish I had the ability to bring you guys all the agenda that this department has done for this community, but I do feel obligated to bring it to all of you guys' attention. These officers, hands on, they are the best ever in California. That's it.
Thank you.
Hi, Salomon Lopez, members of the City Council. I would like to take a moment to emphasize and highlight the critical importance of our city department and staff. The backbone, hello?
Go ahead.
Okay. The backbone of our city, daily operations, and long-term success. Simply put, without the dedication of hard work of our city employees, there would be no city service, no services delivered, and no community to sustain. Every department plays a vital role in improving the quality of life of our residents, businesses, and visitors. The collective effort ensuring of our city safe, clean, efficient, and welcoming, from infrastructures to public safety to recreations, transportations, and community programs. Like I mentioned, my name is Salomon Lopez. I'm the recreation coordinator for the Girls Clubhouse. I've been with the city for approximately 3.5 years. But many don't realize that I actually, within these 3 years, I took over 4 different roles. I began with this, working at the sports center and as a recreation specialist. I supervised approximately 12 staff members. I trained them, scheduled them, and evaluated them. However, during that time, I discovered that the majority of my hourly employees that I supervised were earning roughly $4 more per hour than I was. Despite my responsibilities and leadership's role, I found myself placed in one of the city's lowest full-time base pay tiers. Meanwhile, MEA contract negotiations were delayed as the city requested more time. Although ultimately came into agreement, the raise we received was minimal. Not long after, the federal government increased the minimum wage, benefiting hourly employees, further widening the pay gap between full-time and part-time staff. Once again, I found myself earning less than the majority of my hourly staff that I trained and supervised. I just want to use myself as an example. I'm sorry. All the city employees and I just don't maintain the city, but we create the experiences of the city. That's why it's vital we focus on employees' retention. Talented and passionate, experienced staff aren't easy to replace. Their knowledge, relationships, the dedications are priceless assets to the city. We are to face today's challenges and meet tomorrow's opportunities. We must ensure that working for this city is not rewarding, but also sustainable. Because investing in our employees is investing in the future of our city. Recognize, support, and uplift the staff who work every day to make this city thrive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, James Markel, 14-year community member, 9520 Hildreth Avenue. Unfortunately, I'm also here to express my concerns with the ongoing state of contract negotiations. From the get-go, I really felt as a bargaining unit, as all bargaining units, we operated in good faith, only to instead be hit with numerous delays, a lack of acknowledgement of proposed items, and the most all-time insulting offer imaginable. I'd like to stick with the offer for a little bit, not with the increased wages, which are a smoke screen and an illusion. I'd like to talk about the fine print, about the capping our medical benefits and capping at the 2025 rate. we all know CalPERS has already stated that they're going to increase our insurance rate by 5.05%. So I'd just like to really break it down because I don't feel we truly quite understand the impact and ramifications, how it affects us employees. So we're going to go with the modest entry-level full-time employee making roughly about $25 an hour. That person is married and has one child. That person's insurance premium that he or she now has to pay for is going to be increased by roughly $121. That same full-time dedicated employee, his rate is going to be about $130. Do the quick math, plus $9 first year. Second year, city's already stated, everyone's already stated, insurance rates are going up again. So second year, you're in the hole. Third year, more in the hole. Fourth year, you're looking for a second and third job just to pay your own bills. Instead of a return on investment, it's an annual decline in investment. Basically, a residual decline in a city that historically does not keep up with the annual CPI, annual COLA increases, or any kind of annual inflation rates. Let's also not forget about 15 years ago when employees stepped up to the plate and accepted that 10% pay cut for being team players to help the city get out of a bind. In conclusion, I'd like to hit you with some state average numbers. The state average for employees in a municipality is 1 employee for every 113 residents. City of Southgate, we're 1 employee for every 209 residents. What does that mean? We are understaffed. We fill many roles, including our own and outside of our own job classifications. We are underpaid and we are severely underappreciated. So I ask all you guys, do you align with these strong-arm tactics and insulting offer, or do you stand with your employees? Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening, everybody. Albert Rodriguez, PD employee. Okay. I'm here basically to voice my concerns about the current negotiations and express that you guys support us. Our police department employees work very hard day and night. Most of them are not here at this moment because they're either probably tired from working all the mandatory overtime they've been working or they're on the field. So please support us. I think we should be working together and not in opposition. It's basic business. We should be looking at the future of the city and what's going to happen if we do lose employees, whether it be to medical reasons or just attrition rates going to other departments. So I think it's very important to take care of our employees, and I don't think we're asking for much. I've worked with most of you, great folks. I appreciate your guys' support in the past, and hopefully we can work together. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, Cynthia Anderson. Bear with me, I hate public speaking, so I brought notes. At the last council meeting, I was deeply saddened at the tone that I was hearing coming from Councilwoman Avalos and shocked that she questioned if we had insurance or special privileges. This council staff, city manager, city attorney, all know damn well that all these organizations have to have insurance and they have to all go by the same standards and they all get the same benefits of the other groups. We've been doing this for 75 years and we've helped keep at least over those years 100,000 kids off the street, and we provide services to this great community. If the city of Southgate provides the hardware and the infrastructure like baseball fields and basketball courts, then we, the unpaid volunteers, provide the software that make it all run. And the Southgate J gets nothing for this. Sometimes the only thing we get is difficulty and insults. Our volunteers spend an average of 30 to 40 hours a month and work tirelessly to help the youth of Southgate with no thanks. We should be getting praise, and it seems all we get are insults, innuendos, and lies. I don't get this. I don't understand it. I would like to ask each of the council people sitting up here to make a pledge to keep youth sports out of your political games. And I know that it's an election cycle is upon us. Remember, each child that plays in Southgate sports has parents, and some of those vote, and they will remember what's happening with these people. I find it disgusting that you think that we're trying to do something negative when all we're trying to do is volunteering and provide a program to the kids at the lowest cost possible. We are the lowest cost in the Southeast area. We keep the cost down because we understand our residents are low income and can't afford to keep their kids in sports. It's important for us to stay connected with our city. It would be easier for us just to raise the prices, but we don't. That's why we fundraise. That's why we have the snack bar. It helps pay and offset the cost of the officials and the uniforms. I hope you people get it. We do this for the kids. I don't know what you're doing it for. Instead, all we're getting is negative energy. As I said before, it might come to getting your wish where the program just disappears. And then you'll just have a nice bunch of empty fields with a bunch of homeless people occupying in them. This all started because one parent that didn't read her contract and didn't want to coach because they wanted their 5-year-olds to go out and aggressively play basketball. And when we said no, she couldn't get her money back. Her husband, the coach, quit coaching. They dumped the team. We found someone in less than 12 hours to take the team. There was no cutoff on the games. She brought it here to council, and then for political reasons, the JA has become a target again. Gil and Joshua have been on our board in the past. And at this point, I'd like to also point out that that parent who asked for the refund is the grandparent who never signed the contract. Her name isn't on the contract. And her husband, the coach, signed a contract saying they understood all the rules and they would abide by all the rules. But when they didn't like the rules,
Thank
they
you,
threw a
Cindy.
little hissy
Time
fit.
is up. Okay.
Liz Ruiz, regarding the complaints related to UWS, GWS, I'm familiar with the fertilizer-like smell that reached my home about a mile away. I attest that it hasn't been seasonal, it's been pretty random. This was especially bad during morning sickness I experienced throughout my entire pregnancy. At the time, I wasn't sure what the smell was coming from as I thought the issues with UWS were already dealt with, which is why I bring this up, not to stigmatize them, but because they are part of our community. They are our neighbor, our service provider, and provide jobs for several folks in our community. I'm hoping they can fix this because bad smells are not just obnoxious, they can be harmful. I also want to request from the city, considering staff turnover and vacancies, that we adhere to or create a standard operating procedure so that issues like this don't become ongoing and are properly dealt with, especially when they are happening on city-owned land. The next thing I want to talk about are the complaints brought up during the last minutes of the last council meeting related to the Southgate JAA. I want to highlight how inappropriate that act in itself was and how it goes against the way our council meetings are supposed to be run. Bringing up a complaint without its complete context not only undermines the process set to deal with issues like this, but further diminishes the city's ability to work with our partner organizations, who I must emphasize are run by volunteers. I'm sure someone else can speak to the details related to the complaint, but as I am a Parks Commissioner, I want to commend the JA volunteers for how they stepped up to make sure kids in the middle of the incident, which led to the complainant's husband to quit as a coach, maintained a safe space. I also want to commend the JA volunteers for trying to provide alternatives instead of the refund as per their own guidelines. Our partner organizations need to be valued for what they do for our community. They provide a safe space for kids to learn and play. They are not-profit organizations that have strict protocols set in place to make sure kids that go through the programs thrive. They are run by unpaid volunteers who give out countless hours of their lives for community kids. Youth sports programs keep many kids out of trouble, and I was one of those kids. It's because of an unpaid volunteer, my neighbor Tony Glowski, that I spent several years playing softball at South Lake Park instead of hanging out with other kids in my neighborhoods that eventually joined gangs. His daughter eventually became a volunteer coach for the JAA. We've often heard from JAA folks after JAA unfounded attacks that they have similar experiences to mine. Heck, our own vice mayor went through the JAA himself. Programs like this create leaders, and they shouldn't be a target for doing so. They should be celebrated and appreciated for the incalculable value they provide, not singled out and investigated for having done the right thing. Our council members' lack of knowledge on how our city works with our partner organizations should not be an excuse to launch an investigation and waste staff time and therefore waste our tax dollars on what is clearly a political attack. We are short-staffed in the middle of a budget crisis. Stop wasting our money. Council member Avalos mentioned her concerns weren't personal, but one can't help but wonder why the current president, Barron, was singled out right before the next election season. Instead of discouraging volunteers, why not do something that actually makes our parks better? Bring in more funding. I don't know, appoint a parks commissioner who cares about our parks and will work to make them better. Thank you.
Honorable Mayor.
Give me a second. Okay, I know this is a little bit too late because I just forgot about it. Please don't clap. Just move your hands, and that's what we've been doing for the last meetings, because please don't clap. We're here. Go ahead.
Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council here in Southgate, it is a pleasure to be with you tonight. Please bear with me. I do like to publicly comment, and I'll keep us here past midnight if you let me. I'm hoping I won't need that much time. There has been some misinformation. We're here today to clear the record. My name is Charles Leon, again, Regional Coordinator with SEIU Local 721. We represent 2 bargaining units here in the city of Southgate. I have a letter that I want to have included into the public record for tonight's meeting. I'm going to be verbalizing this letter right now during these comments. This letter is from MEA, but it stands in support and in solidarity with every city worker and every city employee here in Southgate, because we all want the same thing. As city workers, as the union, as folks that care about workers in this city, we don't do the divide and conquer. We're not going to be pitted against each other. We stand in solidarity for this community. Honorable Mayor and members of the council, we, the employees of the Southgate Municipal Employees Association, represented by SEIU 721, are writing you regarding our successor negotiations. We have since received the city's second counteroffer after waiting over 4 months and a half dozen negotiation sessions canceled by the city. We are writing not only about the state of negotiations, but the understanding of the city and the work we do. Recently, some disparaging comments were made not only by members of the public, but by the very members here on the city council who belittled our work and claimed that not only are we overpaid, but our work should merely be consolidated with seemingly no understanding of how departments work or public works function. We believe this lack of understanding has led to the city council to put forth a poor offer that will only hurt the residents of Southgate when more public servants leave than those positions are not filled. That's been your record here in Southgate. It is erroneous to say that we are overpaid. By any metric, including those conducted by the city and independent third-party analysis, have found the city of Southgate employees underpaid compared to other cities. The proof is in the pudding. Based on vacancy data provided by the city under the California Government Code 3502.3, our municipal employees unit faces a 20% vacancy rate. That means 1 in 5 positions in this city is empty. We sincerely ask, if we are so overpaid, why aren't workers from other cities or the private sector flocking to Southgate? We should be fully staffed if that is the case. Yet here we are sitting on vacant positions, the majority of which have been vacant longer than 8 months and many a year or longer. What is the city's response to this in this latest counteroffer? To put our benefits and provide a cost of living that does not even take into account inflation, which is 3.2% from last July's CPI in LA. That is not only clearly out of touch, but dangerous. How do you expect to attract top talent or fill the already vacant positions with this strategy? How do you expect to serve the residents when members leave to other employers who will actually respect them, not the bandwidth them and badmouth them as has been done here?
Thank you for your comments, and you can give us that letter so we can put it into the record. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Nelson Hermosillo, 10135 Dorothy. No stranger to the council. I grew up in the city, went to school here, and needless to say, I love this city. I have the option to live anywhere I please. I made the conscious choice to live in this city, in great part because of the great employees behind me. For years, many employees have been leaving to other cities. And we have great employees that choose to stay here, even though the pay, the salary, the benefits are not keeping up with it. I examine the warrant register every cycle now, and we're spending money on stuff we don't necessarily need. Some of these items I may speak on later. And I know it's audited. All an audit does is if the city orders a fighter jet, the audit verifies that the fighter jet is in the parking lot. Nobody's seeing the waste in some of the small programs, some of the small purchases. Let's cut the waste, cut the fat. Let's give our employees a living wage, a fair shot. Let's keep them here. They want to be here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Zenaido Beltran. I've been in business in the city of Southgate since 1994. Just a few words. Police officers are doing a lot better, way better job. They're getting, I guess, new units. I see what they're doing. They're keeping the streets are more safer and cleaner, and I like that. It's something that I can be looking myself, and things looking better, cleaner and safer. Thank you. And also, another thing, I don't know what you find a problem by us clapping. What's the problem for us to clap?
There's a rule, and I.
Well, what is it? Though? What is it about?
Okay, we'll answer that later.
Oh, that's all I gotta say. Thank you.
you.
Good afternoon. My name is Cynthia Esquivel, and I just wanted to go ahead and finish the comment that was stated earlier. I'd like to state that to make Southgate great, we need our children healthy and engaged, and we need to keep them safe and quit using them as a pawn in your political games. As you know, there's always rumors about department head councils and commissioners. I think we need to take another pledge and say that we will verify these things before we just put them out there. For example, I've heard rumors about department heads, council members, and city commissioners about their drunk driving, affairs at work, city sexual harassment charges, and even insurance fraud. So we just put it out there on social media for everyone on social media and everything without verifying? No, I don't think so. You should verify both sides to every story, both sides before speaking. Southgate looks better than this. You're better than this. Let's stop making political games and leave the children programs alone. Show Southgate you are actually care about the kids. So I want to put it out there that I've been with the JA for quite some time. I used to play there. My kids play there. I really don't think you should just accuse them without hearing both stories. I don't think that's fair. I think you should come out, take your time, come out. And I think, you know who you're talking to. Ms. Stavros, right? She's the one, right? Yeah, I really feel you should come and make time and volunteer. Come and see what it is, the time, the effort, the passion that we have for these kids. And for you just to make that comment, I don't think that's nice or fair. I really don't. Just to close this up, give them their money. These city workers deserve it. Them and their families deserve it. I mean, everybody's here in the AC, cool. Oh, I'm so cold. Let me bring my jacket and my blanket. And these workers deserve it. They are outside busting their ass off. And it's not nice. I see them all the time, people are rude to them sometimes. Please give them what they deserve. They choose to be here in Southgate. So I just give them what they deserve. Thank you.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members, Francisco Robles, MEA Vice President, here to finish off what our coordinator left off. What is the city response to this in their last counteroffer? To cut our benefits and provide a cost of living that does not even take care of inflation, which is up 3.2 from the last July CPIU, Los Angeles. That is not only clearly out of touch, but dangerous. How do you expect to attract top talent or fill the already vacant positions with this strategy? How do you expect to serve the residents when members leave to other employers who will actually respect them, not badmouth them? We understand the city believes they are in a tough financial position, but this is not the fault of our members who have served this city faithfully, many for years, if not decades. We want to remind you that in the strongest terms, we keep the city running every day, from repairing streets and sewers, maintaining parks, to dispatching police and fire to handle emergencies for our residents. Again, we love the city. We live here. Our families live here. And without us, the city cannot function. We are Southgate. The city needs to recognize this, not designate or dismiss us. We expect the city to bargain in good faith. That means coming up with an offer that respects us and protects the residents of Southgate. We serve you. Thank you.
Good evening. Most of you know me. My name is Alan Flores. I'm the longtime resident of Southgate, all 53 years to be exact. I'm here in defense of the JAA and some of the reckless comments that have been made by the council and also by some online social media that I've been recently seeing. In all my years here, I've started playing at 5 years old with the JAA. I loved it. I stopped playing because, found girls. So when my children were born, what's the first thing I'm going to do? Wait for them to play and sign them up at the JAA so they can play. I'm there standing on the sidelines, cheering for my kids, yelling and screaming. I get approached to be a coach. I do that. Becoming a coach, I get approached to be a commissioner. I did it for 20 years. 20 years as a commissioner for the city of Southgate and the JAA. It was a great experience. My kids went on to coach at the JAA. They loved it. Some of my kids score kept for the JAA. They were also commissioners. But since then, as some of you know, I've been appointed to the Parks and Rec Commission. I've been serving as the chairman of the Parks and Rec Commission for a few years now, appointed by Councilman Hurtado. It's been a great honor, and I have taken that to heart, and I've tried to do my best to represent this city of Southgate. But when my friends and council members are attacked recklessly, I can't stay quiet anymore. It's uncalled for. And the reason the attack called, which was called out in the last meeting because of a parent making a complaint, well, if we launched investigations for every parent that made a complaint, we get nothing done. Every parent has a complaint. Councilman Hurtado will tell you, I got complaints several times just because I had winning teams. I got accused of cheating or this or that, and when they're open to discussion, they realize you were in the same room as me drafting the same team and had the same chance of drafting, but yet they're complaining. Why? Because of some problem, something that for them didn't go their way, so they have to launch a complaint. And for Councilman Avila to listen to that with recklessly and not understand what the background was is not responsible at all. You cannot do that. So I know I only have a few minutes, but I recently saw some attacks by Thomas Buckley, who runs Police Scanner recklessly. I called him out on it. He banned me, but he also, a few years ago, supported the JAA under Councilman Hurtado. He was welcome in there. He saw the books. He praised the JAA for their hard commitment and turns around and does this in response to.
Thank you for
It's
your
very
comments.
irresponsible. So
Time is up.
thank you. I
Thank
appreciate
you.
the time.
Is there anyone else?
Hopefully.
Okay.
Nobody else.
Go
Okay.
ahead.
It was very interesting to listen to all the comments on there. I've got a couple of things to talk about, but I'll probably push it to another date. First of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Arakawa for his service for our community. He's always been helpful with the youth in our area. He's always there when you need him. And I wish you well. My name is Henry Gonzalez. And my mother and I will be at your luncheon retirement there. It's always important that we support our police, regardless of what money we spend for them. You cannot overemphasize the safety of our community. So that being said, we see all of the people here talking about our public employees here. Everybody has to have what is right for them to support their family. And what I see is I see 5 lanes. And each of those lanes, I see 1 council member. It's time to merge those lanes and everybody pull the rope from the same side. You have people talking about how the JA has been attacked by some of the council people that were part of the problem or was one of the things that they were pointing at. Any youth organization you belong to, you cannot worry about things you can't control. What you can control, you take internally and try to correct it. And I see that the JA is currently having some issues. I've been here for 63 years of my life. I started in the JA in 1977, coached all my kids through there. I've had a couple of grandkids that I've helped through the program. So there's always issues. There's always things going on. Getting back to the chief, I understand that you're interviewing with the city manager and with the council taking input into their new chief. And I highly recommend that you look at Chief Captain Urana to take that position in there. He's a person of our community. He grew up in our community. He was a police explorer as a young man. He's got a history here. And what we need are people that are in these positions here to have a history in our community. The unfortunate thing is every one of these directors, they see us in the rearview mirror when they're leaving. I've sent personal invitations to our council people, to our elected officials, because I'm also the current president of our Rotary Club. We have our district governor coming in here next week. He controls 65 clubs in his district, over 3,000 members. And I personally reached out to each of you, have not heard from anybody other than Mr. Houston.
Thank
And I
you,
appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank
Henry.
you, and I'll be returning
Thank
the next
you.
meeting. Thank you.
See no one else, I'm gonna close the audience and, okay, if you're gonna speak, I will ask you to please stand on the side so I won't close it that fast. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Crystal Garibaldo. I'm actually someone who lives here as well as my siblings go to school. I really want to talk about the law enforcement. The reason why we choose for my siblings to continue going to school in Southgate is because we feel safe. If they call law enforcement, they're going to be there in minutes. If you look at the Sheriff's Department, LAPD, good luck getting someone there in 2 hours. Sometimes they don't even show up to your door. So for us that live here, just continue to keep Southgate PD in order to keep everyone safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, last call. Anyone else? Okay, we're closed for the audience. Do we have any emails?
We do have a few emails, Madam Mayor. The first one is from Mr. Mario Dominguez, who urges the City Council to submit a grant application by October 31st deadline to the Regional Park and Open Space District for the 3,000 square foot splash pad at Southgate. He emphasized that other cities are taking action and Southgate should not fall behind on that. Another one from Southgate resident Yolanda Rocha, who expressed concerns about traffic safety, ongoing parking violations, and individuals unlawfully collecting recyclables from residential areas. She urges the city to improve enforcement and communication to address these persistent neighborhood issues. I have another one from a community member who expressed strong disappointment with the city manager and council members, criticizing the spending on today's agenda as reckless and irresponsible. They stated that the spending ignores community input from previous budget meetings and called for new leadership. I received another one from Mr. Thomas Buckley asking council members in regards to simple electronic public records requests. Emailed production should be free to the public as outlined in Government Code Section 6253.9. He brings this up because currently there's no discernment between the cost of paper and electronic copies as it appears in the city clerk's page. He's hoping the city of Southgate can resolve this in order to encourage transparency among residents. And the last one from Ms. Maria Chavez stating organizations using city parks, not just Southgate JA, should be reviewed to ensure transparency and proper use of public resources. She expresses concern over apparent gaps in oversight, calling it poor management by city officials and asking for clarity on how tax dollars are being spent. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, City Clerk. The Madam Mayor stepped out, so I'm going to take over for a little bit. So I'll go ahead and move on to staff reports. If we can go ahead and go to our Cervantes. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Marone, I just wanted to mention a quick update on the residential resurfacing project. As you know, we're fixing more residential streets in the city. We're getting pretty close to coming to a conclusion on our current one. Right now, we're in the process of resurfacing Liberty. So if you have time, drive Liberty and some other streets. We will be working on Frontage Road next, but excited to say that the project is going well. That's all I have.
Thank you. Steve, Parks and Recs.
All right. Good evening, Vice Mayor and council members. Summer's gone. It's Labor Day weekend. What happened? Who moved the calendar without telling us? You know? We're in the process now of signing up for our new set of classes. All those will take place in the beginning of September. We've had a very full summer in the Parks and Recreation Department. It barely got hot this week, first time really all summer. But we've taught thousands of swim lessons, had kids swimming, dancing, playing sports. It's been a great summer for the residents of the city of Southgate and the Parks and Rec Department. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Gabriel Perez, your Community Development Director. Just a quick update. There was a comment earlier about odor or dust from GWS. So just we are following up on that. One of the things I do want to mention, we are meeting with UWS and GWS staff this week to see if there's some solutions to help mitigate some of the issues some of the community members are complaining about. And we'll be sure to update the council in a future meeting.
Luis?
Madam Mayor, real quick, Art Cervantes, one of the emails that we got, I think her name was Yolanda, mentioned something about speed bumps. Can you kind of sort of just touch on that as to what you do in the process?
Yeah, I did get a copy of that email earlier and I've took a look at it. She's got a number of issues with traffic related problems. Many are enforcement based, and one is she mentioned speed humps. We do have a policy for speed humps. Residents can apply for that policy. It requires a vote of property owners. If a traffic study then finds that they could be warranted and that they meet our criteria, property owners would have to agree either to pay them upfront or form an assessment district or what have you. But there is a process in place. I've been here for 11 years now, and when that has gone out to residents, they usually don't follow through. There are negative parts to that in terms of having speed humps, like it affects emergency response times. It creates a lot of noise when the trash trucks drive over them. Residents don't like that. So it's just, it's been something that's been asked of over the years, but we usually don't see follow through.
Luis?
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. So we received some feedback earlier this week and maybe even last week regarding the layout of our warrants. And so that is some feedback that I think is good feedback. And so what we're doing is we're working on with our accounts payable team to figure out a way to extend the description for each of the payments. And so hopefully by the next warrant run, we'll have that figured out and post it for transparency. We're not trying to hide anything, so we'll make sure we make those updates.
All right, thank you. John?
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Nothing from HR to report.
Thank you. Chief?
Madam Mayor and council, week from this Saturday, the Pink Patch Project and LA County Sheriff's will be hosting a 5K run at Frank Bonelli Park. And we've opened it up to all the LA County law enforcement agencies. The sheriff and I will be there along with some police chiefs to hand out medals to the finalists to support Pink Patch. I think there's probably 350 registered runners as already, and 16 or 17 law enforcement agencies will be out there showcasing their Pink Patch merchandise. So it's open to the public. Frank Bonelli Park in San Dimas, Saturday, September 6th. Also, next week, I'll be going to San Diego with 8 of our female employees to the Women Leaders in Law Enforcement Conference. It's put on by the California Police Chiefs Association, and every year we take our female employees out there, and I show them the recognition that they deserve. And it's a big conference. Last year it sold out. It's important that we recognize and honor the contributions to the women that are actually doing the work out in the field. It's a man-dominated profession for sure, but these women that we have in our organization is just phenomenal, and it's just good for them to network with other law enforcement agencies, and our surrounding agencies will be sending their employees as well. So it's a good opportunity for them to go out there and learn. And then finally, we talked about just briefly gun violence. This past weekend, we seized more guns. So it's like shooting fish in a barrel. The police officers are going out there. Captain Arana and the patrol division have been strategically looking for guns, and it's not hard to find. So we're just trying to bring awareness that we're looking for guns. We're going to find them. We have a district attorney that's very aggressive in prosecution, so we're going to bring those cases forward. And a lot of them we're seizing are ghost guns, which are guns with no serial numbers. So there's been a spike in violence lately, but I think your police department's doing a very good job of tempering that just by the seizures alone. So good job to them. That's all I have.
Thank you. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just want to explain, I know much of our crowd here has gone away, but there was a question about why no clapping. Just to clarify, it's not personal. The concept is to allow almost like a judicial hearing where, first of all, we want to make sure all the comments are able to be recorded. So what can happen is if they're cheering or clapping when someone's still speaking, we can lose that for the record. In addition, we're trying to create an equal playing field for anyone to feel free to comment both if it's popular or not here. And there can be an intimidation of a loud cheering crew that's chanting or something or high-fiving, and someone might want to have a contrary opinion. We'd like to try to preserve that ability to have people to feel open to agree or disagree with whatever the comment is. And so that option of showing support, there are other cities that do that versus the noise where, you can do something like this for support, still show your support, but just try to keep that for the record and also for that fair playing field for everyone. That's the thought behind the reducing of the clapping.
Thank you. City Attorney.
Well,
No report.
I have nothing to report.
you.
When Raul's here, he'll have something to report. I got nothing to report.
Did you
Well,
write that
thank
up
you.
before you spoke?
Oh, thank you. And thank you for being here with us today. City Treasurer.
Madam Mayor, there's a large number of expenditures, as I think one comment earlier in our consent calendar today. So I think it'll be wise for the directors just to quickly highlight how much of those expenditures are general fund versus other funds. And that'll, I think shed a little bit more light for the public.
Thank you.
Thank you.
City Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening to you and council members and everyone else listening out there. I'd like to briefly address the public comment regarding the costs for electronic public requests. While Government Code Section 6253.9 encourages agencies to provide records in electronic format at no cost when they already exist electronically, many of our records are still in paper format. In those cases, staff must scan, prepare, and the documents for electronic delivery. This process requires time and resources, which is why the City of Southgate charges 29 cents per page. With that said, I will be meeting with our city attorney to review this matter and ensure our practices remain consistent with state law and our commitment to transparency as well. Additionally, I wanted to share that I've begun a process of adding a timestamp to our YouTube live stream recordings of our council meetings. This feature will allow viewers to click on specific agenda items and jump directly to that portion of the meeting, making it easier for the public to access and review the information they're looking for. I have begun backwards. I started my first meeting of 8:12. So I will be, like I said, working backwards. I'll work on this meeting and then going through all of them. We don't have much, like our city manager says, we just have a year and something worth of meetings. But thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilwoman Olds?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I just want to tell everyone who was here, thank you for attending, those of you that are on YouTube, and those of you that are still here. I greatly appreciate it. So to clarify some of the misinformation that's been out there, it's not political in any way, shape, or form. What I addressed have been concerns that I've been thinking about for a while. It wasn't just because of this resident. Secondly, if I'm not mistaken, I think it was the council back in 2020 who voted to have an investigation. So
Okay, please don't
again,
count. God, please don't.
when I was mayor, I acknowledged the agency and the organization for what you do for our youth. I get that. But what I'm really asking for, and I've had some conversations with our city manager, is a genuine valuation of the city's resources. And only the city can provide that. Now, I just heard an email from a lady who said, hey, do all of them. And I think I will be asking that the valuation be done for all of our youth programs, because we all need to be equitable to all of our organizations and not be unfair to some organizations and play favorites. I think those days are over. So I would like, City Manager, evaluation. Now, in July 22nd, unfortunately, I wasn't able to be here, but I did ask, and it's on the record and it's in the minutes for July 2022, where I am specifically asking this council that we make a community budget advisory task force involving residents so that they can prioritize the budget, what's important to them, to promote transparency and a public buy-in of when difficult decisions need to be made, because that is coming this fiscal year and it's here. I wasn't far off. Also introducing a target fee adjustment, revisiting outdated and underpriced user fees, such as the city rentals facilities, the permits, or any special programs, to make sure that these increases are sustainable for the city. So if you're asking where that came from, we're $9.5 million in the red, and we need to find every penny and cent that's out there. But we need to do it in a fair way. We're being equitable to all. So I am requesting a valuation of all of the youth programs that utilize the park, because we need to start generating revenue. And if that means we have to increase our fees, then that's what we need to do. Because I think at the end of the day, our kids deserve the best. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councilman Hurtado. I keep forgetting you guys' name.
I'll put a name tag on. I'll bring my name tag around. Look, sometimes I'm called Hey You, so what's the difference? So look, a couple of things. One, Chief, some people have raised the concern that since you're leaving, if Pageant of the Trees is being canceled, and I know you and I already talked about it, can you kind of sort of just reassure everybody that that will still continue regardless of who's the chief?
I made it a practice, never guarantee anything.
Okay, provided we're still alive.
We got August.
Yeah.
We got August.
I mean, I would like to see it happen, but I
It's in the
don't.
plans, right?
Right. I mean, I talked to Steve. I mean, this is a youth commission. It's our biggest fundraiser. So barring some unusual circumstance that happens between now and December, I assume it's still going to happen.
Thank you. Let's see, also, we have still COVID cases that are going up. I did talk to a couple of people who um, have not only where they work, but some of the patients that go there also got it. So again, just be careful out there. I know none of us are wearing masks and stuff, but I guess that's a risk we're taking. But again, always be careful with that. Just real brief, because I don't want to go into this whole youth program thing. Our city has a lot of youth programs. And the Boy Scouts, for example, they have the huts. Henry Gonzalez was here with him and his wife are with Southgate Youth Football and the Aztecs. They use the fields for free. In fact, because we don't have a football field, we actually pay LAUSD for the use of the fields. The aquatics team, they use the swimming pool free of charge. Nobody charges them. And the reason you have that partnership is because the city provides the facilities and the manpower is used by the volunteers. Alan Flores talked about how he got involved. Mine wasn't so nice where somebody asked. What it was is that I went into the JA to sign up my son, and I made a comment that I regretted it like 2 seconds after I said it. I was complaining about something, and then somehow and it was Cindy who said, if you think you can do better, why don't you come in and help us out? And I've been there ever since. I retired last September, but I was there as the president of the JA for well over 30 years. And the reason I mentioned the JA more than the other organizations, and believe me, I support all of them. I've actually put money out of my pocket, my personal money, with my wife's approval, of course, to help the other organizations. Oh, come on, you guys know you guys have to ask permission too. Don't act like you don't. Anybody out there who says that it's not true, you're lying. But that being said, they're very difficult to run. And again, because of my experience with the JA, Southgate JA charges $80 for registration. Downey JA, when it's all said and done, you're paying over $300. Anybody who's been out there will know it's true, because they start you off like I think at $140, and then you have to do, what's that? Something like that, right? Yeah. And then you are forced to do 2 fundraisers of $50 a piece. Then you have to perform snack bar duty, but that's okay. If you don't have time, you just pay an additional $50. Now, I've never signed them up there, but that's the same story I'm hearing from a lot of people. Paramount JA is the same way. You're paying over $300 per child. And the Southgate JA is only $80. The question about the snack bar, why they get it. Well, the other organizations are allowed to sell also. They sell all the time. The JAA pays rent. I believe it's $150 a month, whether there's sales or not. And let me tell you, when the winter months come in pretty soon, I think in December, I don't think they make too much money, but they still are responsible for the $150 that they pay a month. So it's important that when they do sell, they kind of sort of leave that money kind of sort of for that rainy day, and that's what they do. But again, I think a lot of our children that participate move on to bigger and better things. Some of them play baseball, softball, basketball for their high schools, and it's like the farm system. And again, a lot of accusations have come in, and I get it. I understand that the people who were complaining about the $80 refund, I don't know all the particulars, so I really can't comment on that, but I will tell you that when I was there as the president, we tried to accommodate everybody. When you have over 1,000 people, 1,500 people, whatever amount is there every year, to have 1 or 2 people that are upset is going to happen. It happens in every organization. I know I've gotten complaints from people who play in Southgate Youth Football. I got complaints from people in AYSO. I got complaints. And I try to encourage them that, you know, I understand their issue. Try to get it resolved within the organization, but we as council members, we don't engage in that. And I did get I got an email from the person who raised the concern, and because she got my name because she saw the Southgate JA website still has me as the president. Maybe that's wishful thinking. You guys need to change that, please. But I told her, I apologize, I really can't help you because I don't have the information, but I'm no longer the president. But I encouraged her to go to the JAA, plead her case, and whatever they decide is going to be based on what they hear. And if you're not happy with the outcome, it doesn't have to end there. You can take it to the park director, and he will listen to you, and then he'll give a final ruling. But again, every organization goes through the same things. I'm not sure what the cost would be if the city starts charging organizations for the use of the swim stadium, for the use of the fields. But guess what will happen? We'll have to pass that on to the participants. People here can't afford it. That's why we keep the fees at $80 a pop. I keep on saying we, I'm no longer with the group, but I feel that all these organizations, we're responsible for them. I want to keep the fees down for the swim people. They have a swim meet this weekend. They asked the JA, can we sell food? The JA didn't say no. They said, absolutely, go ahead and do that. And I plan to be there for a little while, at least to help them out. I'll make a donation, which is what, is the right thing to do. I don't have kids that are that young anymore that can play, but I continue to help them out. And I think the takeaway here is that we want to support, just like we want to support our employees, we want to support our residents, we want to support all the youth programs, and I hope that we all get properly involved. We're still entitled to our own opinions, by the way, and we respect each other. But I just don't feel comfortable that attacking an organization or making comments is helpful. You don't get paid, you're a volunteer. The amount of hours that are put in by every participant, volunteer, why would you do that for free? I can go home and get yelled at by my wife. Why would you want to go there and get yelled by people that don't even know you? And again, I'm sorry all that stuff happened. And again, I wish I knew a little bit more and understand and maybe advise a little bit more. But, I let the organization make their decision because they've been there long enough. In any case, enough of that. The Urban Orchard, it's looking real good. I think it's going to get better as it is finalized. And again, I could not participate in any of the discussions because I live right next to that. But I think we need to do a little bit more of advertising so more people go there. And Steve, you never mentioned what's happening with the Hollandale Park. I don't know if you could give an update on that before we walk away. When is it going to be? Circle Park, my bad. Oh yeah, Hollandale's the one that was done and we had the opening already. But this one, because I know it was supposed to be done already. Can you give an update on that real quick?
Between Art and I, we can give you an update, but the basic is it's still in progress. They're working hard at it. They are behind still, and I'm hoping to get it done soon. But a lot of progress has been made, and they're getting plants in now and some of the lawns and stuff like that. I'll let Art finish.
Yeah, I just want to add, just for background, we have a contractor on board that is trying to do the best that he can. Unfortunately, they're new to municipal park projects. This is their first project. They underestimated their effort, and they're just not able to bring the project to a conclusion. So it's continuing. There is an added cost to continuing. There are liquidated damages in the contract that we can assess so that we can recover those. But hopefully the grand opening is preliminarily scheduled for
the middle of October. We haven't picked a date yet, but we're hoping for the middle of October.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I just want to jump in since you were talking about Urban Orchard.
No.
Just real quick. Related to the access, the residents in the area, there was concern about not having access there. I saw an email.
We have access. The Urban Orchard is open. It's a dawn to dusk park.
No, I think it was Circle Park. It was the Circle Park.
Oh, Circle. Oh, sorry. Let's get our two parks there. Circle Park. There was a question regarding access from what we would call the gates on the south side of the park. The park itself for many, many years has sat on an Edison easement. And during those years, residents there had built their own gates, unpermitted to access the park, either with their vehicle or with themselves there. And in the new operation of the park, we talked to Edison about that concept, and they said absolutely not. That was never permitted in the first place. Our initial drawings did not allow for that. And I know there was some talk in the beginning of possibly allowing it with the residents, but we found out later from Edison that that was not going to be possible. So we're not allowing that at all.
Yeah, and the last thing I want to say is I know that a comment was made about looking into the finances of the J. I can tell you that back in the day when that was requested, the city attorney, Raul Salinas, and the city manager of the time, Mike Flatt, actually went to the JA and they reviewed the books. They asked a lot of questions. And one of the things that they said that was being brought forward was that our treasurer was reporting the amount of money that was being made in sales from the push carts. And the issue was that the amount of money that was being reported wasn't too high. I think the JA was reporting like $70 or $80. And the question that was being raised is that, look, you have like 10 vendors out there. We have photos of them. And it turns out that they were not our vendors. We only had 2. That the others were vendors that were selling at the park, and the JA had no problems with it. So the recommendation that staff made at the time was start reporting those to staff. And that's what our JA snack bar would do. They would contact Steve and they would say, hey, not with us. And whatever they did was up to them. But at least there was now a record that those 10 vendors that were out there were not with the JA. But I can understand if they thought that there were 10 vendors and we're only reporting that there's only $70 being made. Yeah, that looks pretty bad. But that wasn't the case at all. We only had 2. The other was that Paul Adams, who was the director at the time, had a record keeping that he had. And what he did is he put down gross sales and then net. And if you look at the net, and I'll use this as an example, let's say that they sold $100, and I'll make it simple. If it had $100 in gross, it would say net of $8. So the question became, how could they sell $100 and only net $8? Well, where's the other $92? They must be stealing it. The problem is that it wasn't net to the JA. That was Paul Adams's record keeping, because the JA had a rental agreement for the use of the snack bar for 8% of the gross sales. So if you look at the report, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring it here and I'm going to make copies for everybody to have, and it'll be part of the record, that Paul Adams's books will show to the penny 8% on every column. 8%. It wasn't 8% to the JA, it was 8% to the city, which was the obligation. Steve, can you correct me if I'm wrong? Or
In our previous contracts with the city of Southgate and the Junior Athletic Association for the use of the snack bar, we did have a percentage base deal per month. Once City Manager Jeffers got here, he requested that we change that to a monthly rental pricing that kept us out of the
percentage
game
Yeah.
for the whole thing. So.
But at the time, that's what the story was. And so again, I can see from their understanding of that financial statement that the director kept. It wasn't the JAs. We didn't create that. The city director of Parks and Rec created that. So it was net to the city, not net to the JA. So we explained that to them. And I just want to make sure that those things are clear. There was nothing missing, but that was cleared up with the city manager of the time, Mike Flatt, and with the city attorney. And at the end, that was the end of that so-called investigation. But again, I just want to clear that up. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm sorry I went a little bit too long.
Okay. Councilman Rios?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Okay, I'll be brief. Let's see. Real quick, on the urban orchard, you say you want to do more advertising. It's the hidden oasis. That's the idea. Trying to get there is the tricky thing, right? For people that haven't been in that area. But that's the jewel. I think that's what makes it unique, that not a lot of people know about it. So, but yeah, I like the idea of a nice park like that. But anyways, what I wanted to talk about, the chief mentioned women in law enforcement going to a conference in San Diego. And I look around, we have women in our department, and I know that women, and I remember hearing that women in law enforcement have a calming effect on incidents and situations. So how are we doing it with that scorecard in terms of women in our department? I mean, just in general, I know you're going to be talking all about in San Diego, but let's look at our department. How are we doing? What's our scorecard?
Well, I meant the conferences in San Diego. That's what I meant. But we're taking you're talking about the number of female officers?
Yeah, in our department, yeah.
Yeah, we're
the percentage, or
maybe 15%. We're represented with female officers a lot more than you're.
But I'm sure it's going up because I see more women. I mean,
yeah, definitely,
overall.
definitely going up. We actually have a lot more applicants, female applicants, which is encouraging. And like I said, the ones that get through the training process, they're wonderful. We have 3 female detectives right now. So that's an accomplishment to have actually it's
Got 3, right?
Okay.
Yeah, it might be
3.
I think it's 4, 3 or 4.
And we have female officers throughout the whole ranks.
We do.
We
Patrol,
have patrol, lieutenant.
operations, administration. They're represented all the divisions.
Right.
But we're doing well.
Okay, thank you. Just real quickly, I know that the splash stands, I read the emails. I know there's grant money out there. Is this something Gabe, or I don't know, Public Works? I know that other neighboring communities are getting, or Steve, wherever. It seems like if there's money out there, we should try to seek it. Right? Are we?
I'll just mention that, yeah, we've had discussions with staff about this. There's a whole bunch of needs in the community for like renovating parks completely, looking at all the features that we've been adding, including a small water feature at Circle Park that people will get to see the middle of October. It's very small, but it's there. But in looking at the priorities, there's usually a discussion of the need, the amount of people asking for features. There is one particular resident who repeatedly asks about splash pads. It's not something that's being repeated in the community by other people or groups. It certainly would be a nice to have, but we've been focused more on the renovations of parks, large projects. And we have other ideas of including renovating like under the power lines along Southern. We have a section that's improved, but we have a whole strip from, I don't know if it's, virtually Otis down to Southgate Park that is, kind of dirt with concrete. So we're looking at grants to maybe improve that. We've got ideas of a really big swing grant where we might be able to try to do a pedestrian bridge with maybe a park lane along it that might cross the river, that might link Urban Orchard Park to Southgate Park, and then allow bikes, possibly even transit. So we're dreaming big. We have a lot of ideas. There are requests that come in the community. So it's not on deaf ears, but we are trying to prioritize our energies into big swings versus maybe something that has a very small advocacy group.
Good. And then you mentioned Southern, and I know some folks out in the audience have talked about a garden, some kind of garden. Maybe that's something that we could look at, a community garden. A dog area. Those things. We don't have it on this side. We have it in Hollandale, but just ideas that maybe we could pull off. If we spend a little time and effort, just continuing on your thinking. And then again, I just want to mention that myself and the mayor attended the recent elected open house for the Jose Salache. And it was a nice event, a lot of good turnout. And I'm really glad, he's turned out to be a good, so far he's out there doing some good work, it seems like, and really happy for that. And to have a new assemblyman in the area. And that's a neighbor, actually. And he spends a lot of time in our community too. So it's so that's a good thing. And then, and that's it. I just want to mention that I want to thank those folks that did show up to the open house for the college we had. We had quite a few. Actually, our city manager was there, so you got to meet some other folks there, and that was a good thing. And then I just want to let the community know that college starts September 2nd. So the fall semester for all the 9 colleges starts September 2nd. So there's still time to register. Plenty of classes open. So you could go online or hybrid or however you want to do it. And so sign up. That's it.
All right. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you to all the employees that were here today and they came in and voiced their opinion on the negotiations. Just know that you have a council that respects your work and your effort. And, we heard the call today that it is our turn to do the work, and we're going to get the work done. So thank you for being here. I also want to kind of touch on, some of the comments made by our council member Al Rios about, adding more things and getting more parks and more things available for us. These are all things that, every community wants. And then we have to remember of the added cost that comes with that for the maintenance of it, the upkeep, and everything that needs to be done after that. So when we get those funding, I want to continue to be the city that says, yes, we want it. Yes, we're going to build it. And we're going to figure out how to maintain it after. And I think we have a community that continues to ask us to build more, to be forward thinking. But we also want to make sure that we have a plan in place to continue to maintain that and make it successful long term, not just the immediate when it opens. And I'm happy that we saw the Urban Orchard open, and I've been there walking a few times with my family. I saw some lady doing yoga up on the top of the little circle that goes up, just her by herself, just doing it. And she said that she loved the space. It's one of the quietest places in Southgate, and she can be up there and just do what she's doing right around sundown, which is probably the most beautiful time to be in the area there. So I urge everybody to go. And I know it got TikTok famous recently. There's been a recent group of mothers that take their families and they TikTok it, and it's gotten over 20,000 views in the last week or so. So it's getting popular. Everybody is asking, how do we get there? And I'm constantly telling them, find the Thunderbird Villa and keep going. So, but yeah. So thank you for that. And I do want to address the comments that were made regarding the JA and the youth organization. And I want to thank the members of the JA that came down today and spoke. The dedication that the staff of that program, has for, the community and what they do is just amazing. And it's really great to see how a program just expands itself through generations. I'm a perfect example of it. My father was a volunteer there when I played. I was blessed enough to be a junior coach at the age of 17. I think, Gil, you signed off on me being a junior coach at the time when I was coaching, still in high school. I was able to provide, the love of basketball to a young group of kids. And then seeing my children go through the program, it's been very beneficial. But now seeing my daughters come back and actually coach, my daughters are out there. Victoria is, running the minors clinics, because we didn't have coaches that were going out there. So she ran the clinic by herself with 40 girls. And, she's a college softball player and just had a blast being there with the kids and showing them, how to, do the easy things and the little things. And it's great, right? And that's what this program does. It's so generational. Like, it just creates a long-lasting effect that is amazing, and it builds really a community. And youth sports are not just recreational. It's not just a recreational activity. They are proven investments to the future of our children and our community. Research has consistently shown that students that participate in youth sports graduate from college at a 20% more 20% more likely to graduate from college. They're also extremely less likely to try drugs, to have mental health issues, to suffer from depression and anxiety. So, when we're here discussing, youth sports and what it matters to a community, I want to remind the residents and the council that these programs build confidence, discipline, teamwork, and resilience. They also strengthen bonds with families in the community. Some of my greatest friends are people that I've met while coaching or our daughters were playing together. They're lifelong friends for us. And that's what this does. It builds community. And this is why it saddens me when a youth organization was singled out, not because of meaningful concerns, but because of political motive. The spread of misinformation and really at sometimes disinformation is just sad. And to attack a council member, me now, 5 years ago it was Gil, maybe 10 years from now when I'm not here anymore, it'll be my daughter, somebody will get attacked. Attacking programs that provide the services to children is just wrong. Hurting kids in the effort to hurt one individual is just simply wrong. So instead of tearing things down, I'm here to ask that we continue to lift things up. I urge the residents to learn about the opportunities of volunteering, to being mentors for the future generations of our community. As a city, we should uplift every youth program, support them equally, and ensuring that the doors for the youth and for the young people in our community are never closed because of adult disagreements. The true measure of our leadership is how we serve the next generation, and youth sports is one of the ways, the clearest way that we can do that. Politics should never come before our children's opportunities. Southgate is stronger when we stand together, support our youth, and keep the future of the heart in its decisions. And I really want to, express that, the work that I do that nobody knows about is what I do because I love. Every youth organization I've participated in, when the swim meets happen, I go out, I meet the parents, I talk to the coaches, I hear their concerns, I raise them to Steve and to the Parks and Recs Commission regarding touchpads, scoreboards. When youth football calls and says, I don't have a home, I get on the phone, and after hours of, just pushing, we were able to get them every home game scheduled for this season. And the Southgate Junior Athletic Association donated, or actually took less registration in our fall season to be able to allow for the Aztecs to participate in practice on field 9 and 10 on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. Because we understand as an organization that it takes a village. It takes every organization to be successful. When AYSO calls and says, our fields are being eaten up with gophers and we're trying to figure out how to do it, we contact Steve, and Steve gets Glenn after it. And Glenn is one of the best at catching gophers, and it really becomes a team effort. So I want to be sure that, after hearing the Councilwoman Avalos' comment regarding if we need to raise the fees for the permits to the youth sports, let's do it, because we need to find every single dollar. So we go from, we're not going to tax the residents, we're not going to put the cost to the residents. No, we're going to put it on the kids. I get it. We're always attacking the youth organizations that do the most work and contribute to the most success in our community. I just think that we need to continue to think about what we're saying and how we're saying it, and stop worrying about what I'm doing, and let's start worrying about what you're not doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Vice Mayor Barran. Okay, I'm going to be very quick here. I had a complaint. Okay, and I said that I was going to mention his name, Mr. Miranda. He's complaining, and again, we all have heard this regarding the motorbikes, and we see it more and more. And we need to come out with a plan to see how we can get some signs up, because they're on the sidewalk. And
Just to confirm, is that motorbikes or electric bikes?
Electric bikes.
Okay.
Yeah, electric bikes. Electric bikes, motorbikes,
There's-
scooters.
There's like two types, right, of those electric bikes?
But I mean, it's becoming a huge problem. It already is a problem, but it's becoming a huge problem, especially right now that all the kids are went back to school, and I have seen them. I have seen them on Tweety, and I have been receiving videos also. If we can look into see if we can put some signs up, I don't know how much the cost would that be, or from what program that we can get some signs up, because I think that we need to look into and making sure that at least in the surrounding areas where our schools are at, they don't get to ride them, because at one point, hope that we don't get an accident to happen, because they really go pretty fast. And like the chief mentioned, sometimes they can go over 60 miles per hour. And we need to look into that and see what programs that we can use. If there's any grants out there that we can pursue, we need to do that. And just to touch very quick, and this is going to be again, the JAA. I just want to thank the JAA for the great job that you guys do, because I see what you do from the beginning of the baseball season to the basketball season. And one thing that you guys don't get paid, it's all volunteer. If you need to understand how if you would understand a program where it's based on volunteers, you have to be a volunteer yourself, because otherwise we are not going to understand what we are asking for. So I just want to thank you, and all the other programs, the YSO, the Aztecs. I mean, it's all based on volunteer. Even the service clubs, we all are volunteers. We have programs, and we work on getting fundraising in order to have those programs. At the Multicultural Women's Club, we have Dia del Niño. We have to fundraise. We volunteer. We have the Women's Conference every year. We volunteer to make sure that those programs happen. So I think when we are going to be speaking against the program, you need to know what it really takes to continue that program for over more than 30 years. I know that Gil has been there for 30 years, but I'm sure it's been there longer. And I remember Cindy being one of my boys' coach.
She was my coach too, by the way.
But in seriousness, I think that that we need to support our youth programs, because $85 is nothing. $80 compared to other cities' programs. I think that our city is doing really well in keeping them low in order for our families, because we know that our families here in the city of Southgate, and we have families from outside the city also come and participate, and they still get charged the same. And this has been happening for many, many years. So, continue the program. And I just want to thank all your volunteers, Because in the opening day of baseball, just look at those kids' faces. They're ready to go out there and play. And that keeps our kids out of trouble. That's the important thing, making sure that we have those programs in order to keep our kids safe, mentally healthy. But it does take a volunteer to understand what is needed. So Councilwoman, you might want to come and volunteer one day and see the things that they do. I think it's important to know. Because volunteerism, that's how I started. I volunteer at my kids' school, and I continue volunteering. And I think that's really important to do. So anybody out there that wants to volunteer instead of coming and critique and using their social media in order to hurt other people, come on. Be proactive. And that's all I'm going to say. Thank you, and we'll on to consent calendar. Unless you guys want a 5-minute break, take a 5-minute break. City Clerk, are we ready?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Where is our city manager? Okay. All right. Okay, it is consent.
Agenda items 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11 are consent calendar items.
Yes, hold on a second. We're waiting for our city manager.
Arturo, did
Oh,
he
there
put you
he
in
is.
charge?
He went
I
to
could
get
go
his-
over there if you guys want to finish sooner.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, wait.
We are in consent calendar.
We had just promoted Arturo, so I guess
For,
you're
for all,
back to
for,
being Arturo.
for all of 5 seconds.
Okay, city manager, do we have anything else on 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
8, 9, 10,
8, 9,
11.
10, 11? This consent?
When you say anything else, do you want me to add any general comments on the items?
No.
One item that our treasurer brought up, and there was a question, was on the purchase of vehicles. Did you want me to talk about that?
No, unless
Or not?
council has a question on that.
I actually have questions on
Go
several
ahead.
of the items. So you let me know if you want to start or.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead. Ask your question.
So just for clarification on item number 3, the contract says 25,000. So just so we're clear, each year would be 8,413. Is that correct? Arturo?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Yes.
Item number 3.
Item number 3?
Yes.
Letter A. It's giving us a total of 25,000, but I just want to make sure that if we divide those 25,000 per year, it comes out to be 8,400 and.
If you look at the fiscal impact of the staff report, you'll see what that $25,000 amounts to.
Mhm.
For the first year, there is the installation cost, that's $12,000 for the installation of the system, and then there's that $43.56 monitoring cost. So for the first year, we're actually paying $16,527.
Okay.
And then for years 2 and 3, we're only paying monitoring, which adds up to a total of 8,712. So that's the makeup there. And you would see that on the last line, on the last row
Mhm.
of the summary table that's there. So you'll see that the 12,000 installation cost, the 4,000 monitoring for the first year, and then the other numbers that I just repeated.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So for item number 4, says there's no fiscal impact. So I just want to be sure. It's $1.5 million. So are we, the city, paying that out? Or are the consultants getting that money as 65% of whatever they review? That would be for you, Gabe.
Yes. Yes, council member. So this doesn't come out of the general fund. It is a fee that applicants pay for their building permit for plan check. So the consultant keeps 65% of that fee. The remainder 35% is kept as an administrative cost.
Okay. So the city's not paying this. This is for the people that are submitting their plans and.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Can I do a follow-up question if you don't
On
mind?
that one?
Regarding that one, because I think I sent an email to you, Rob, regarding if we don't get to that $1.5 million in fees allocation, would there be any on the hook for that amount of the contract?
You want to?
No, we're not on the hook. It's based on the demand.
Right.
for
It's
the
not-
plan check.
and it's really it was an estimate of what it would
Correct.
cost, right? Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 5, in regards to the BDO agreement, how much of it is it going to cost for only 1 year, since this is a 1-year contract?
$25,000.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure, because the way it reads it in here, I'm getting the assumption it's 100,000.
No. It's
Okay.
25,000.
So it's 25. Thank you. And on item number 6, if you can just address the questions that I asked of how and
Yeah.
why.
Yes, council member. Mainly this is brought up as a cleanup item and also just to meet our financial obligations for CDBG. So as far as this, HUD does require us to carry out the CDBG program in a timely manner. This is needed because we need to be able to carry forward some funds in order to close out our 2024-2025 public service grants.
Mhm.
And so there's been cases where some of the funding that was issued for certain nonprofits was actually paid out from the subsequent year instead of the prior year,
the prior
right?
year.
So we need to be able to appropriate the money to be able to take care of our financial obligations.
Okay. And item number 7, I know we kind of sort of talked about this. This is all the vehicles that we're getting, Arturo, that are electric. So we're getting 4. Where are those 4 going? I know they're going into public works, but where exactly? Because I know 2 of them we're purchasing from the water funds.
Yes, 2 of those are going to the water division and the other 4 are going to the streets and sewers division.
Okay, thank you. And on item number 8, I read this report, and I think it probably would have been easier just to say that we are replacing truck 351 with this new one. But maybe that would have been much more clear. So how often are we using the backhoe, first of all?
Yeah, let me just kind of clarify there. So the reason we are going to replace one backhoe with the other, but that's actually part of a separate
Okay.
and domino effect. In essence, what we're doing is we're replacing an aging backhoe in the water division. The water division is well funded, and so we're able to do that earlier in the service life of a vehicle. And in replacing it, we're not getting rid of the water division's backhoe. Instead, we're going to rotate it out into the streets division, and then the older vehicle goes out. In essence, we buy newer vehicles. The existing vehicles get rotated, and then the oldest vehicles get retired from the fleet. So that's what we're doing here, what we were trying to explain. And the reason we want to explain that is that there's a benefit for that. Yes, we're investing in new equipment, but we're saving in monies and repairs, not only for the water division, but in this case now for the streets division as well. So there's a domino effect of cost savings of all these vehicle replacements.
Okay, thank you. And on item number 9, you say there's no fiscal impact to the general fund. So then where are we coming up with the money? Is it from restricted funds?
Yes, item number 9. And we didn't state
The Verizon electric truck.
Yeah, so with this, let me get just my apologies. We didn't state the funding source here.
I understood it was fleet
Yeah,
funds.
it may be from the CARE funds. I don't want to state that just simply because it is not stated here, but I know that the money is not coming from the general fund. All of these vehicles, I know in my summary statement, I said that there's 3 funds that all these vehicles are coming from: the CARE funds, the water funds, and the fleet funds, but none of these are coming from the general fund.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that it's not coming out of the general fund. It's one of those 3.
It is not. No.
Okay. Thank you. That's it.
And I'm sorry, Arturo, can you elaborate why why that happens? Why these vehicles are not coming out of general fund money, and what the city has done proactively to be able to manage that expense?
Absolutely. So we're fortunate in the Public Works Department to be funded by numerous funding sources because the different lines of our business, right? We do have general fund business lines like facilities maintenance, parks maintenance, but we have other business lines like the water division, which is funded by water fund, the streets division, where there's transportation funds and what have you. So I think the public works department is funded, I believe it's about 7 million in general fund and the other about 33 million in all these other funding sources. So when we're investing in the equipment and replacing the equipment, the transportation dollars that we use and the water dollars that we use can be used for operations as well as vehicle replacement. So as we're making these investments, we are using those restricted dollars to make those purchases, and then we're rotating vehicles out, say, into the facilities division that would have otherwise, we would have otherwise spent general funds. So there's, triple savings there in the primary division, the savings of having a new vehicle, then the rotating out of that, and then the rotating out of the oldest vehicle. So we're able to use those different restricted funding sources.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification. And I think it's important to be able to highlight when we're able to do things like that, and really show that our staff is being proactive to understanding
Yeah.
our financial burden right now.
I do want to mention, just wanted to correct myself. I just saw the staff reporting and the fiscal impact. Councilwoman Avalos asked where the money is coming from. I did say no general funds. And in the end there, it says it is going to be funded with fleet funds. Fleet fund is its own fund there.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yes, Madam Mayor, just on that same, so basically, in summary, the fleets, all the vehicles, we're purchasing new vehicles for the parks, for public works, for the water division. All those vehicles are being purchased with grants or water funds, right? Is that
All
the
those
correct?
vehicles are not grants. All those vehicles are being purchased with restricted funds like water funds, in this case, I can mention, regularly gas tax, we could use AQMD, we can use. So we're purchasing all of our vehicles with restricted funds, no general fund whatsoever.
Thank you.
And also those funds cannot be used or transfer. A majority of those funds can be transferred into the general fund to be used.
They cannot,
Yeah.
which is why we, part of our plan here is to do cascade vehicles down. Once, we can either send them out to surplus or we can continue using them. And in some cases, our general fund funded vehicles are much, much, much older and could benefit from a replacement, even if it's just a vehicle with a few newer years. It really goes a long way.
Go ahead.
Okay, the other question, I know somebody wants to know regarding the urban orchard park. When's the final walkthrough for the plan check? Is there a date set for that? I mean,
Yeah, so we're working with the contractor. We've had a series of what we call final walkthroughs. The final walkthroughs, usually it's your official final walkthrough. You identify and create a punch list. Then you do a walkthrough again. If there's outstanding items, then that continues. But we're at the tail end. I was informed that possibly within the next month or so, we would be absolutely done, but that's still subject to little things in punch lists. Some material might not be available. In this case, one case is we're trying to connect PD to the park, and so there's sometimes issues getting materials and finalizing that work. But for all intents and purposes, we have full beneficial use of the park now.
And finally, a question related back to number 4. Some of it is already, part of my question has been clarified. But so how long have we been doing this? Having the plan checked by a contractor? Just give us a little history. What happens to, and then the other thing I'm thinking, where does the planning commission fit in all of this? If they're doing development projects, they're doing all these other kinds of plan checks for us. And how has that been working, because, and then what happens to our staff that was doing it previously? If you could comment on that.
Yes, I wouldn't have been here around that time, but William Campaña, our building official, he gave me some history here. A lot of this has been contract work. He mentioned even back into the 80s that
That long?
Muladin Associates was doing our plan check work.
That long.
And it switched up in 2017 to a new contractor, Interwest, for a few years. And then we had a new RFP. And I think 2021, 2022, that's when we selected Muladin Associates again, and also True West or True North. So-
And where does the planning commission fit into? Because now if they're doing our plan check and all of that, where do they fit in? Are they just following our codes, municipal codes, or?
For the planning commission?
Well, this contractor, because they're doing the plan checks, I thought we used to do them, right? And no, we
No,
never did?
no.
We
We
do
always
for
break
like
that up.
minor plan checks that are smaller, but the bigger plan checks that looks at all the building and safety issues, that's contracted out. But then we get the revenues from the plan check that goes to pay those services, keep the administrative costs.
If I could just help with clarifying, so when it comes to entitlements or deciding what use could happen on a piece of property or any changes that we'll look in our code, and where it triggers, there needs to be a review from the planning commission, it goes there. But in an example where it's, say, a large industrial site and they want to renovate it and change use, goes to the planning commission determines will that be allowed or not, and they'll put conditions on it, decide, it can only be so tall, it can only have this footprint, all those kind of guidance. But now you've got guidance, you've got an entitlement, you've got an approval to build it, but now you have to go and do all the work of, I need a grading plan, I need a building plan, I need a site plan, where's the utilities coming in, what's the building going to look like, where do the fire extinguishers go, what height can it be, how big is each room, ADA compliance, all that stuff is in huge blueprint packs if it's a big project. That's plan check. That's what goes over to a contractor. That's never a planning commission. The planning commission is really the policy, like a council, high-level policy, and then the details of going through all the details in code compliance, both our code and state code and federal code, safety codes. That's done in most cases by our contractor, and that's been done, as William mentioned, for over 30 years at the city, and it's a common practice at other cities as well.
Okay, thank you.
Just real quick, I think we need to commend all our staff for what they do in terms of trying to get other people's money so we can spend that here. I remember having a conversation with a resident who was concerned that, well, wait a minute, you're spending all this money here. I thought we had an issue with funding. But when we're able to use somebody else's money to fund our city's needs, you do it. And if you look at the budget, I don't remember the numbers from this year, but from last year, I remember we had a budget of roughly 170 million, but 65 of that was general fund and 105 were other people's money. And that's where our staff does a really good job of bringing those resources in. But just as everybody knows, those monies are dwindling. If you look at the CDBG money that we're getting this year, it's not what it was last year, and I'm guessing it's going to get lower next year. The gas tax money, that's also coming down a little bit because more people are driving hybrids or electric vehicles, and it's very unfortunate unless they come up, It's going to change. It's going to start charging people who have electric vehicle an additional fee when they pay the registration, which is only fair. I think it's fair. But the point I'm trying to make is that here we're spending money on vehicles and we're not using our general fund money, and that's through the efforts of our staff. So Rob, make sure I'm sure they're here, but you might want to take them to lunch at your expense, Rob. Just not at, I don't think there's general fund money for that or other people's money. All right, there you go. Thank you.
You can pay for it.
¿Qué? No entiendo
You can
inglés.
reimburse them.
No entiendo.
Okay. At this time, I'm going to go ahead and open it to the audience. Anyone in the audience want to speak on this, on the consent calendar, please step forward.
Hi, good evening, Council. Once again, Nelson Hermosillo, 10135 Dorothy. I'd like to speak collectively on items 7, 9, and 10. I'm a huge proponent on the use of electricity as a fuel, so much so I recently had solar panels and a battery system installed at my home. I'd like to know the justification for going solely electric on vehicles, considering the Public Utilities Commission is going to hike up the rates based on wildfires we had 2 years ago, and who knows how much more they're going to hike them based on the wildfires or the fires we had in January. So those rates continually rising, hence why I got solar. So it's like a justification that the water division is going to use power from the vehicle to operate their tools, and I'm all for it. Let's do it. But if it's only because we're trying to go green, that's not really the case. We're still drawing power from fossil fuel plants down in Seal Beach, so it's not a pollution issue. So I just want to know the justification of why we're exclusively going to electric vehicles. And in addition to that, we already had rolling blackouts this summer. I'm sure we're going to have some more. So is the electricity going to be available? Are we planning on maybe upgrading the solar panels or adding solar panels to Public Works to provide electric fuel for these vehicles? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we'll close the audience. Do we have any emails?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I have 2 emails. The first one from Mr. Mario Dominguez, who criticized the City Council for prioritizing nearly $870,000 in vehicle purchases from major departments while ignoring resident needs, arguing that instead to use available funds to fix the city's cyber system and better serve the community. The second one is from Jimmy Ozeta, who raised concerns about the city's plan to spend approximately $1 million on vehicle purchases during the $9.2 million deficit, questioning whether this is the most strategic use of funds. He suggests delaying some of the purchases and preserving water funds for future emergencies or capital needs to avoid further strain on the general fund. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. All right. Do you want to answer those questions?
Yes,
I think you
absolutely.
already kind of.
Absolutely. I will touch on, the effort that the Public Works Department and other departments are putting forth in purchasing electric vehicles as a nation. That's a direction that the nation is going for many reasons. Going green is one, but there is a law right now that basically says by 2035, all vehicles sold after that have to be electric vehicles. So on, we're trying to get ahead of that too. Right now, we're not going exclusively electric vehicles. They don't make enough electric vehicles for Public Works, heavy equipment, and what have you. Here, it just so happens that we came across the F-150s that are very new in the market. So we're going electric vehicles. Now, on the cost side, there's a cost savings to electric vehicles in terms of maintenance and fuel costs. That's one of the reasons. The other reason is at times we have AQMD funds. AQMD will give us money to purchase electric vehicles, but it's just a combination of there's the cost savings and then there is the law that's coming into effect. And many of the side benefits are like, they're better for the environment or what have you. But at this point in time, it's a direction that we're going and it's not exclusive as of yet.
Okay. Just so we're talking about vehicles, and I did ask this question to our city manager. Can you provide us a list of vehicles and how old is the oldest one? Because I know that we have old vehicles.
Yeah, yes, absolutely. We can do that. We did put together a fleet master plan that, basically said more than 50% of our fleet needed replacement. We have gone a long way, but I thought one of the vehicles that is here today was more than 30 years old or so. But we've got some really old vehicles still on in our fleet, and we're doing everything we can with the support of the city manager and the council to get as many
They're running?
replaced. They are they are limping, and yeah, and that's why we when there's an opportunity, we really got to be a little more aggressive. When you're out in the field, you just picture yourself wanting to go to tend to some emergency or some maybe not emergency, but a priority issue, whether a tree comes down or something, and you can't get there because the vehicle doesn't turn on. Those are very difficult things for an operations to deal with, and we have numerous older vehicles, but we're making headway, and I could provide information on the status of the current age of our fleet as a whole.
Thank you.
If I
And go ahead.
could I just echo that? I think part of the difficulty we have, even though we have a budget crisis, we have, we exist for service, and there's visible service that people might appreciate and think is necessary, and then there's things that people could look at our warrant register and go, why do you need that? And the difficulty is the service continues. You look at like a water leak and you phone it in and say, get down here. This is a big crisis. Well, how are we going to dig up the street? We don't just use shovels. We have a backhoe. And now if our backhoe is so old that it's breaking down and we can respond, now you've got an extra 5 hours of water flooding, which causes more damage, which could cause legal lawsuits. We have to be responsive and do what our mission is. So we need these vehicles. If we have like all the maintenance and the everyday jobs kind of get discounted, like they're not part of what we need to do. I was part of a city earlier in my career that, because of budgetary concerns, put off vehicle replacements for years and years and years. And so the struggle that when I came to the city was, how do you catch up? Because instead of dealing with the pain of trying to, replace maybe 5% of your fleet each year to try to keep up, now you've got 30% of your fleet that's so old it's breaking down, and you've now got to ramp up and start replacing 10 or 15% of your fleet all at once. Now you're into the multi-million dollars. So the difficulty is both, we need these vehicles aren't just for fun. They're not driving around vehicles. They're doing action. They're paving our roads. They're doing all sorts of things. And then the more we defer in the short term, we're just putting off the problem. The more we don't fix the leaky roof, the more it's rotting everything, creating a massive problem. The more we don't maintain our water lines. So all these things that are behind the scenes that seem sort of fluff or unnecessary, putting off these expenditures. We're trying to do the best practice, best value for money, and be proactive and not put off everything for a rainy day, because the costs then get pushed to 5 years down the road and become something overwhelming that you can't fix. So just to give a little perspective of what we try to do when we're trying to make these tough decisions.
Yeah,
Basically,
and just to
so
confirm
basically,
item number
we
9
need-
here,
What is it?
just to confirm item number 9 here, the stake bed that you're replacing is a 32-year-old vehicle. Staff does a great job. We have great mechanics that can keep those things running, but it's time. Yeah.
Vice Mayor, hold on.
Thank you. And also, I just wanted to kind of add, and I know we've touched on this as well, but the ability to be able to do work with our own staff and be able to do repairs that our own staff can do also is a savings that trickles down to the residents, because we're not contracting out. We've seen that, we had a contractor for emergency leak services that every year is getting more and more expensive to fix. So being able to handle some of these when it happens, and our staff is available to be able to do that, it's possible that with these tools and certain type of tools, we're able to do certain work that we don't need to contract out. And I think that that's a point that we need to always be able to emphasize.
Yeah, the efficiency improvement is just tremendous. Think about the phones that you were using 32 years ago and what you're using now. Vehicles are not too far off of that, right? The technology that vehicles had 32 years ago with where we're at. It's basic safety things like when you back up and there's a lot of these passenger vehicles have cameras, but safety for us is very different than that. But that just the efficiency, the ability they have, the tools they have to be able to, let's say, spray out graffiti all in one truck, paint color matching and everything. Our stuff is running fast. In fact, we renewed 3 of our graffiti vehicles. We increased our productivity from about 850,000 square feet a year to over a million. I think it was like at 1.2 million a year of removal, and that's because we're just able to work faster. So efficiency, no doubt, goes through the roof.
32 years ago, we're using beepers, I
Yeah.
think.
That's right.
Yeah,
And corded phones.
No, I think everything I was going to ask has been
Okay.
answered.
Okay,
We're good.
just for courtesy, City Treasurer, I know that you did a comment on the vehicles.
Yeah, no,
So I just want to make sure that we answer the
it was answering, it was more for clarity for the public that's joining us from home. So they do understand that, the funds are being used for general funds. I think that was even a question from one of our, commissioners. And sometimes there's a, misunderstanding or not enough clarity at a glance, but I think that just provided enough background. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So with that, can I get a motion?
Move to approve 2 through 11.
Okay, I got a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Avalos?
Yes.
Councilmember Hurtado?
Yes, 2 through 11, but recusing myself from item number 3, which is the urban orchard, which is not far from where I live.
Thank you. Councilmember Rios?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Barron?
Yes.
Mayor Davila?
Yes.
Motion
Okay,
passes.
motion passes. Then we go on to item number 12, warrants, City Auditor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'll go ahead and read it into the record, please.
Thank you. The City Council will consider approving the warrant register for August 26, 2025. The grand total is $8,604,236.05. And cancellations are none. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and open it up to any member here in the audience. I know Nelson, you had made a comment earlier.
Hello, once again. I emailed Ms. Glaze regarding the warrant
Can
register.
you give us your name, please?
Nelson Hermosillo, 10135 Dorothy.
Thank you.
So I emailed Ms. Glaze regarding the warrant register. That description keeps getting cut off, and we can make that legal so we can see what that description is. In addition to that, I'm going to be going through the warrant register here on out until we're in a surplus of funds. And I'm noticing we're spending a lot on printing materials. Myself, when I go to my PO box, I get my water bill and I immediately scan it. So I don't know how many people will do that in the city, but that's definitely a savings of potentially thousands of dollars that we can use for the water division or, to fix the sidewalks. So maybe start looking small, but in one case, it was $17,000 for printed materials. And I can't think of many people that still keep paper. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Let me do
Any- Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Madam Mayor. Seeing that, I'll go ahead and bring it back to council. What are the wishes?
I just want to respond real quick. I'm glad you noticed that about the printing. I don't know if you noticed, I never get an agenda packet for that very reason. There's sometimes 300 strands. Everybody should do that. A packet of paper is what, like $7, $8.
Right.
The ink is very expensive, and then the staff time to do that. You don't see me with a packet ever. I use it's my own iPad, my own laptop. And in case one battery runs out, I have a backup. I have 2 iPads, but they're mine. The city didn't pay for them. But I think those are important points to make. It adds up. Little things like that add up. And again, I'm glad you mentioned that. Gave me an opportunity to brag about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
thank
know.
you. And so also, I just want to, sorry, Madam Mayor. I want to make a comment, I think, in response to a comment that was made earlier that as an audit, we're just checking that if the contract says we bought a jet plane, which I would be really cool for Southgate to have a jet plane, by the way, but that we just say, okay, yeah, we bought a jet plane. I know, Pilar Avalos or Councilwoman Avalos prior brought up a lot of concerns and issues regarding, the schedule of payments and how, we're delayed on some of these. And I know in reviewing some of the warrant register myself, I brought up some concerns regarding late fees and also verifying that what we're being charged is appropriate to the invoice. And it's hard to take, the fraud, financial crimes investigator out of me when I'm reviewing this, but there is detail, and we are spending the time to make sure that we address any concerns with our staff. But I do think that, getting the full details and descriptions is important, and we're always going to be looking for ways to find savings in this. I think our staff does a really good job of ensuring that they're making expenses, especially locally, buying locally, and for parts and any ability to be able to do that. So I think there's always room for improvement, and I know that staff is aware of those instances where we brought it up. But thank you for your comment earlier.
Did you say we have a Southgate guest Wi-Fi? So if you bring in an iPad or whatever, no, that costs money. I'm kidding. No,
Okay,
they
you
can
can
give it
talk-
to
you
you.
can
All right,
talk
we'll
to
talk
him
after.
They can give it to you.
Let's
All right.
continue with the meeting. Thank you.
Go ahead. What are the wishes of council? I'll bring it back to
Motion to
council.
approve.
We got a first and a second. First from Al Real, second from Councilmember Olivos.
Thank you. Councilmember Avalos?
Yes, and to address your question, when I was the auditor, I made a lot of those recommendations to our city manager at the time, because the city is leasing printers that print in color. And they're still around. So I agree with you, and thank you for noticing that on the warrants. So, yeah, food for thought. Thank you.
Yes. Haven't called me, yes, but
Councilmember
yes.
Hurtado?
You with the roll call.
Councilmember Hurtado?
Yes.
Councilmember Rios?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Barron?
Yes.
Mayor Davila?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes. Okay, we pay our bills. So before we adjourn, I want to adjourn this meeting in memory of Jose Jesus Covarrubias Casillas, longtime Southgate resident, and it is the father of Jose Covarrubias, as a park director. I don't know if it's
Jose is my
Parks.
facility maintenance.
facility maintenance, yeah.
Madam Mayor, I just like to make a correction. Mr. Jose Jesus Covarrubias Casillas is the father Jose, and he was not a longtime resident of Southgate. He lived in another city.
Oh,
But
okay.
the employee is ours.
Yes,
Well,
the employees are.
his son does live in the city.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so we will be adjourning on his memory.
Motion to adjourn.
We are adjourned.
Second.
Thank you, everyone.
Good night.